Tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your Tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head. tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head.
goes to the side of Tribe Gaming. Also giving over the Tyrant, and the T2 already still taking a beating, so not a lot of goodness from Tribe Gaming, and Sony again maybe getting baited. There it is.
He's looking to turn this around, but he's solo. He turns it around, and Petroni gets another kill. Infinite fastness when he's low, and he zips on out of there, and Petroni survives yet again.
Yeah, the only way they've got dominance in terms of the gold lead is in that mid lane, but hey.
Oh, the Azure Golem, they've already got this one, and the Wanaka more starting is down, and looks like Charm is on the run. Iraqi Zoro is going to be killed as well, and Sony just cleaning house at this point. They've got Mali. They're going to go in. Bilal, very aggressive, under the tower, but doesn't care. He got the smite, he's got the fast fingers, but he's in the heart of the enemy team. Now they're gonna go Conductor Soul, just blown up Molly, and they've got Charm. And it looks like we're going in.
Okay, yeah, there we go. Invincible Warrior coming through. We are seeing a little damage coming from the side of Osiris Gaming. A little damage. That's a bit of an understatement there. Double kill coming from the Kaiser as well. And there we go, win RG. Yep, the Death and Sunset does come through. Celestial Melody is still up, so we could see another Death and Sunset if we really need to. The Winter is coming is here as well as the Destructive Dislodge. They do get the Tempest Dragon as well. So speaking of dragons, it's Long that's getting it. The Sage's Sanctuary really paid dividends here for the side of Influence Rage. Currently a 3-2 trade so far, and they have the Tempest Dragon. Kind of affects the farming of your enemy team, right? You've got to kind of keep that pressure on, making sure they aren't given the freedom to roam. Okay, Eren gets the kill onto Shang Yu as well. Is that going to be enough? Oh, Haido gets the kill onto Petroni as well. Double kill going over to the side of ISG. This could be what
that he secures this Tyrant here, right?
You got to try, right? It looks like they're trying to reset it, trying to bait the fight. So they was able to get it right to the corner of the map there. But Invincible Warrior coming through. Is it going to be enough? Petroni does go down, so Must is able to take out a lot of the damage on the side of Influence Rage. There we go. Sony going down once more. And then we're getting a kill onto the Dolia. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the Honor of Kings 2024 KC Plains America Regions. I am Blam, and with me today, as yesterday, the same Hola. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. We had some great games yesterday. I think there was a bit of an upset in the sense of that last game going the distance. Osiris just barely pulling it out 2-1 over Influence Rage. And I'm excited about today because there's going to be some super good ones today, right, Blam?
Yes, there's plenty to play for. I mean, for more teams, yes, but then other teams, it's going to take a miracle Hail Mary to come through and try and take that top spot today, right? Don't want to name any names, but there are the play-in standings already. But the ones you've got to really look out for here is ISG and Influence Rage. They do have that rematch that was the phenomenal closer of yesterday, midway through the day. So it's going to be really interesting to see if they're able to take a 2-0 for ISG. If not, we could be seeing a rematch match after the third match of the day.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk about the fact that Tribe Gaming really need a miracle, but if anything, I think they can put some respect on their name of just potentially spoiler here today. And here's going to be the 3 matches. You talked about the first one, of course, with Tribe Gaming going up against Influence Rage. The second matchup is Osiris going up against Influence Rage. That is going to be the match to watch. And of course, the final one, Osiris going up against Tribe Gaming to just kind of finish off the day. But again, we're getting ahead of ourselves because we have the first matchup, which is, of course, going to be the key one because Tribe Gaming are able to step up after yesterday's somewhat lackluster performance.
Yeah, they need to do something right there, just to kind of maybe even just for themselves get something on the board. It's at this point, Tribe Gaming are looking just to try and solidify at least one win. So we have MST, we have Mali in the jungle, starting in the mid lane, Iraqi Zoro in the farm, and then Charm in the support role. So again, these boys just really needing to get a win on the board, because if you look back at Tribe Gaming's history, they've at least managed not to finish last. Whereas this time around, this could be the first time where this team may not finish second from last, but actually last.
Yeah, and I mean, they're kind of looking in that way. I mean, just to nitpick a little bit after yesterday, I think the whole the farm lane with Iraqi Zoro and Charm, they didn't really have the greatest of synergy. They didn't really give a lot of farm to Iraqi Zoro, so he was kind of playing from behind. He really struggled in that role. Going into this one, I expect Charm to be a little bit more aggressive. You got to create a little bit more space for Iraqi Zoro to farm going in. But of course, this is going to be Influence Rage. The opponent here, this is the Brazilian squad, the America's Open Series champ. It's going to be Sunny, Raikou, Cozy, Petroni, and Villau. And this is a team that's, I would say, angry. Wouldn't you agree, Blam?
I mean, they influence Rage, right? So I suppose if they were maybe coy and be like, hey, we don't care what happens in this match, it'd be kind of doing the org a bit of a disservice, right? But hey, they definitely have a smiley faces on them. But once they get in the gorge, they are focused, right? They hone in, they're able to control it. And that's the thing that Tribe Gaming really need to conquer, right? It's just the early game domination from Influence Rage. If they can manage to get over that, then maybe we will actually see a little dominance from Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, and just baby steps, right? Tribe Gaming, just kind of, you know, get yourself in a decent start. I think that that's the biggest one, because once you're behind, you lose a lot of motivation, the confidence goes down, and you kind of really struggle into this downward spiral almost. So going into this one, again, the first 3 to 5 minutes, super key for Tribe Gaming to really set the tone in this matchup.
Yeah, and that ban pick phase really sets up the potential of that, right? Like, you need to start having some of these heroes that have a little bit more of an early game advantage, and just make sure that there is the calls that are happening on the game or within the matches need to be a little bit more sort of precise, right? Because yesterday we saw that there was evidence there that they weren't that precise, because there was some times where some of the members from Tribe Gaming would go in, and then all of a sudden 4 of them would dip out, and then 1 would die off, and then Influence Rage at that point kind of just opened up that wound and was able to kind of work in from that point at when Tribe Gaming are at a handicap.
Yeah, and I mean, there was a lot of that. I mean, unfortunately, that did happen with Tribe Gaming quite a bit. There were a number of times where, you know, to your point of just some of the members not really being on the same page. One was going in, the others were going out, and they were kind of going back and forth. But it's a situation where, hey, there needs to be one shot caller. Everybody needs to listen to him, no matter what it says. Like, if it's a bad decision, fine, but it's a bad decision together. We talk about it after the game, not during it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about accountability, right? Like, if you're going to make a bad call and then it kind of costs you a match, but then at least you kind of took it all on the chin as a unit, and then the captain of the team or whoever shot called it can be like, hey, sorry guys, maybe we should do this next time. But it didn't seem like there was any of that. It was kind of just like, hey, I'm going to shot call, but if you don't want to come, that's fine. It's kind of an opt-in, opt-out kind of method they're going for right now outside of Tribe Gaming, which when you're going against someone like Influence Rage that pretty much always commit to a dive, especially when they've got the minion wave advantage in the lanes, or they're just a little bit ahead of goal, they're not scared to kind of take that leap of faith into the gorge. But speaking of leaps of faith, we're getting into the BP right now, and Influence Rage banning out that Ming, really fearful of that Ming from the games against ISG. But then over to the side of Tribe, they take out the Dolia, which is good, right? Dolia came through one too many times against 2 of these teams. So banning out the Dolia, banning out the Lady Chen, I think is 2 great bans for the Cyber Tribe Gaming.
Agreed. And I mean, to key on to this Influence Rage ban of the Ming, I think it's more PTSD. I don't think Tribe Gaming is really going to be wanting to play it, but I think Influencer is just like, oh, it just destroyed us last series against, you know, Osiris, and I don't want to have to deal with that. So again, I think it's more of just like a reactive pick going to this. But again, it looks like Tribe Gaming sticking with their tried and true. They had the Ogren yesterday as well, but they're kind of backing it up with Sumbin, a nice little 1-2 combination.
Yeah, I mean, we have the counter-engage capability from the Sunbin, we have the greatness of the Orgrim, but this comes down to, it's like, with great power comes great responsibility, right? Orgren is that great power, but having the responsibility of make sure that you're able to maintain his itemization, that's the whole responsibility behind this hero. Like, just because you pick Orgren doesn't mean you are going to win, and we saw many cases of that yesterday. But the Lung pick coming through for Petroni is huge, and Villau on the Zhongfei, again, even bigger pick.
Yeah, and Influence Rage kind of let the Ogryn, through almost in terms of the bans. They don't pick it up themselves, and they kind of are almost like baiting you to pick it. I mean, Tribe Gaming again picked it yesterday, did not have the greatest showing with it, so Influence Rage is like, okay, we have nothing to fear here. We know how to counter it. We have our own heroes. We have our own drafted synergies, so we can just beat you regardless of a top tier hero that they might have.
Yes, absolutely. But there we go. We're into the second ban phase as well. So Ganon Mo, weirdly enough, getting taken off the cards there. So Starting's hero pool dwindling a bit. But for Starting, I think his best performance was on the Angela yesterday, right? That anti-tank mage in the mid lane. The positioning from Starting was really good yesterday. That's why we could kind of see them getting a foot in the door when it was against ISG, was they were able to get many team fights going their way. They were able to actually get a few turrets in that same game where the Angela actually came through as well. So I think it's all about just getting those right picks for these players. And maybe it's just something from what they're still trying to work out right. Some of these teams have a great identity. If we take Influence Rage, for example, we know that Raikou loves the Hue one. He loves the Kaiser as well in the jungle role. And then if you look at Petroni, he loves the Lung. He loves Lady Sun. There's a lot there, right? And I think Tribe Gaming are just having that issue of identity right now, which only comes with time, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, at this point, play your comfort heroes, right? There's no reason not to at this point. I mean, if they ban it, then you look to maybe just to find your alternate pick or whatever. But Tribe Gaming here is going to go with their Princess Frost, giving Starting that chance to kind of deal with that mid lane. Again, the Lady Jun was already banned by themselves, so Princess Frost is like the whole combination with the Winter is here, hopefully setting it up when Ogryn goes in with his Conductor of Souls. So you have that potential to kind of just slam it in, right? And just create this zone that nobody really wants to fight in.
Yeah, it's a good pick for against the Zhongfei, because Zhongfei, if you don't have anything that you can kind of use AoE-wise or a kind of counter-engage pick like the Sunbin, like the Princess Frost, the Zhongfei is just going to have that Unbridled Outrage and just lay the smack down. But looking over to the side of Influence Rage, they are going for the Charlotte. Sony loves this pick. And then in the mid lane, Cozy's getting the Suya pick, which, again, his whole thing is breaking that level limit cap, going to level 25, but then he's able to give it over to one of his fellow teammates.
Yeah, it's gonna pass it along, and of course, this is one of the newer heroes that's on the in the Gorge at this point. Definitely, the average age of that team just goes up exponentially because of him. But I think that he adds quite a bit into that mid lane. The Universal Law, quite good in terms of clearing out the mid lane. You're gonna create a lot of I would say push, and you have that potential for clear. So he kind of adds quite a lot, and plus that whole leveling up system that he's got just adds a whole nother dimension to the team.
Yeah, it just means that if they're lacking something into that late game, or mid to late game, sorry, that they can kind of just give that over. The passiveness of either giving it to a assassin gets the attack speed, or if you give it over to the likes of Zhongfei, his overall health goes up as well. So it's all about trying to find out who fits it nicely with that literally level 25 ability.
Yeah, and also I think that this is a good time to kind of, I mean, again, I haven't seen Influence Rage pull out the Zeo before. I think it's a good hero to kind of just play it, especially in the first one where it's not too risky at this point. It's still kind of like you can play around with it a bit and then test it on the, the international stage, so to speak. So again, it's kind of adding into the, hey, let's learn, let's see if this, this hero really fits into our draft strategies.
Yeah, I mean, they may as well experiment, right? The way they played against Tribe Gaming yesterday went very well for them. So they know that they can kind of try these little new things like the Suya, but everything else seems very staple for the side of Influence Rage. They don't want to sort of come out of their comfort zone too much, just in case they give up a round, because they know how much these games mean to them. Because if they lost a round against Tribe Gaming, and then even if ISG take a 2-1, that means that ISG is still able to keep that first place spot. So again, there's still quite a lot riding on these rounds. If they drop a round, it's fatal for them.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a case, but I think that Influence Rage are just going in with a lot of confidence, right? Just being able to, you got all of the other heroes that you want. I mean, Raikou on the Yuan, Sonny on the Charlotte, Petroni on the Lung. Like, you have so many of the other ones that are, like, very comfortable. Cozy might not be as comfortable with it, but again, I think that it's okay to experiment a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, we saw yesterday that Cozy gained quite a lot of MVPs within the play-ins against all the teams yesterday, so Tribe Gaming and ISG. So we know that Cozy can do whatever he wants to do. He's a very capable mage, but the winter is coming.
Yeah, winter is here, and it's just going to slow them down. Starting is not going to continue walking into that one. He's just going to kind of back off at this point. But look at the... Okay, let's talk a little bit the Guan Yu and the... of course, it's MTS, Sunny on Charlotte. What do you think of this matchup in the top lane?
Well, with Guan Yu, right, he needs to have a lot of lane dominance before he can actually go and help his other teammates, right? So we can kind of see here that he's able to sort of negate that clash lane. It's pretty much even Stevens right now, and he's gone for the rotation into the mid lane. But again, you have to make sure that you can maintain that, right? So macro plays and macro awareness has to be at an all-time high.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, it's one of those moments where if Sunny decides to roam at any point, I mean, MTS can just push the lane and just make it really uncomfortable for Sony to even come back in this one. But if we're looking at the net worth alone, a little bit of a lead for Sony. So he's been doing well. Guan Yu, MTS right now on the roam into the mid lane, potentially at least looking to just skirmish here. Raikou
okay, yeah, so that was a nice little push in for to Raikou. I mean, this is the kind of thing I was going to comment on just before this whole thing happened, is that we could probably see MTS try and push them into the winter is coming, but that relies on a lot of synergy, right?
Yeah, it's going to take up a lot. But I mean, the zone, that potential winter is here, could do a lot of damage. But Soul Resonance doing quite a lot on his own. Molly going in for the Conductor of Souls. They do have the Leaping Savior with a little bit of shield at this point. And now Molly kind of gotten gone on. He needs to be a little bit careful. Sony's cutting off the avenue of retreat. And it looks like he's going to go on the other side. They have Ride the Wind, Petroni chasing after him. But again, it looks like Tribe Gaming is going to get away. And with the Unbridled Outburst being committed and ending, I think that's going to be the end of this one.
Yeah, interesting play there from Marley, but it looks like it's not quite over yet. Tribe still giving a few pokes here and there. The neutral objective is now up as well. Let's see what they can do.
Yeah, Universal Law had already been committed. Something to take note of, as this Tyrant is about half-life, probably will go back into his home. But a little bit above that, they do need to be a bit careful. It looks like Molly getting a little bit low, can't really fight. Raikou going in for this one. He's going to go for the Unending Sorrow, but the Razor Cavalry is going to just push them back, and it looks like Raikou's going to be down for the count. He's going to give up first blood, and it looks like Bilal is going to be killed as well, and Molly turns it around, and he gets a double.
Okay, MTS Senpai, we have noticed you. That was a beautiful double kill, right? Going over to the side of Tribe Gaming. They're able to get that neutral objective as well. This is a nice start for them. The Guan Yu, a bit of a shadow pick here, as we could say, because we weren't kind of overthinking it. Like, it was like, right, okay, so didn't see anything promising from Tribe Gaming yesterday, so the Guan Yu pick generally comes through on these stronger teams. But, hey, they're now trying to show that they can play the Guan Yu as well. And it was a really nice way that the back line engaged there, pushing them into the team fight. Just basically made a whole lot easier for Marley to actually get that AoE damage, right?
Yeah, you got to be careful as to where MTS is in the fight. If he's not in, and then all of a sudden he gets into the backside, it's the whole thing like, you know, Gandalf in Lord of the Rings, when he comes on behind you, he's got an army, and he's got that Razor Cavalry, same idea. He's going to push you into a bad flank, and he's just going to take over. But Molly, very low. Somehow, he just went back in. He was going to be aggressive, and he was going to play the Ogren the way Ogren should be, which is, of course, in your face. Got that double kill, and that was a really good fight for Tribe Gaming.
Hey, the Tribe was calling, and he answered the call.
Petroni's already been down. Iraqi Zoro is getting so low. He does get picked off, so they got something. And oh my, that Universal Law almost takes out Charm, but here's the Unending Sorrow. But it's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, this is a nice play here from Tribe Gaming, bringing all of that kind of rage and maybe disappointment from day one, and really putting it into play here. There's double kills going across the board. Iraqi Zoro doing pretty well on the early. How's he doing in terms of that resources? He's ahead of Petroni, which is really good. Obviously, 2 kills ahead. You expect that. He has the Doomsday, but you can kind of see here, Petroni is just building that armor, right? Just try for the likes of the Ogren.
Yeah, I like the fact that Tribe Gaming right now is, you know, getting the net worth. They're starting to win some small skirmishes. I mean, they've got 4-1. The net worth lead isn't the largest, so they need to kind of turn this into some sort of objective-based, you know, pushes. They haven't been able to do that, so it's still kind of neck and neck. I mean, Influence Rage are still finding, you know, farm across the map, and so they're kind of being pushed back in that sense. They're still in this game. It is, again, just a coin flip at this point.
It is, but they're still suffering with that same dramatic effect of yesterday. No turrets. Yes, Influence Rage has no turrets yet themselves, but you can kind of see that they are still them same selves, being able to damage that T1 into the clash lane, whereas the side of Tribe Gaming, they're taking the brawls, they're taking the kills, but not really doing anything with it.
Yeah, it's all about those objectives. I mean, taking those towers, I mean, looking throughout, all of them are almost full right now. The mid T1, a little bit of chip damage, but, you know, again, they need to really convert it into some structural damage. They have, I don't think they've, I mean, dare I say they don't have a single tower in this entire tournament across 2 days?
They got some on their second game of the day against ISG. Okay. I think it was maybe 1 or 2. So they know how to do it. We've seen them display it, but they've just got to make sure they take these advantages that they are getting today in these fights.
Yeah, and I mean, they need to get the kills. It's one thing to get them early, but it's also another thing to push it along. Influence Rage, 4 members pushing that mid lane, and then they're making a beeline for the top. No, it looks like MTS is going to get out of there, but Sony takes the top T1.
Yep, there we go. They do trade T1s in the side lane. They are literally listening to Coach Blam and Hauler right now. They're like, hey, we're tuned in. We're listening over to YouTube cast right now. Thanks for the heads up.
Iraqi Zoro continue to push. He was putting a little bit of pressure on that bottom T2, but Influence Rage are going to make an appearance there. Petroni, again, level 10. Iraqi Zoro, level 10 as well. So it's all about just the farm and the space that's been created. Mali right now still continuing to farm in that mid lane, just kind of parrying them. And it looks like Sony wants to go for this one. He actually gets the splash found. He goes aggressive, and it looks like the Universal Law zoning. Mali's going in for the Conductor of Souls. Maybe it's one, but he's going to get knocked up, and he's going to get stampeded, and Mali's going to be killed. Here's the Razor Cavalry. It's a little on the late side, but they did get Sony in return, so that's going to be a huge win for them. It's a 1-for-1 trade thus far, and starting barely survives.
Jeez, literally getting out by the hair of the hair of his skin, right? It's just really, really close shaven there for starting, and is able to escape. I think only for the fact that MTS was able to rotate down there.
Yeah, I mean, MTS, nice rotation, but a little on the slow side. I know that Mali was kind of itching to fight, and that's kind of why he was up front, but you got to be a little bit more patient. Make sure that MTS is there to kind of help set up all the CC that you might need, and then you could start blowing people up. But Mali expended the Conductor of Souls a little on the early side, didn't really get too much value out of it, and Mali actually paid the price.
Yes, unfortunately for the side of Tribe Gaming, but then we're looking at that gold differential going into the favor of Influence Rage ever so slightly. Only 1k difference, but it's still a difference that could make the resourcefulness of Influence Rage just become even more brutal, as we can kind of see the Eternity Blade being built, the Master Sword as well onto the lung. So Petroni not actually having any kills yet. He's just basically waiting for the moment he has all that itemization and just lays the smackdown onto the squishy heroes of Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, Petroni can play a quieter game. I mean, he is the farm laner. He's going to get farm, and then once he does, he can just kind of blow people up. I think that that's eventually going to happen. Oh, the Unbridled Outburst, he's going to go in. The nice Stampede goes right in, and Petroni gets the Flaming Palm and actually picks off starting. That's going to be a huge win for them. Infinite Vastness, it looks like they want to go for this. He's going to go back, that is, and it looks like Tribe Gaming getting zoned away. The Tyrant, next big objective. Sony's kind of sticking around it, and it looks like Tribe Gaming are going to run away as starting is down for another 15.
Yeah, but Petroni heard us, right? Just like when we said, hey, get those towers, right? Get those turrets. He was like, hey, I need to get those kills for Coach. I need to get those kills for Coach.
And he got him, and that's what you wanted. That's what you want to see the Loon start to do at this point. I mean, it's 10 minutes in. This is going to be an easy Tyrant going their way. Mali's not even in position to start the Overlord, so it looks like they're going to skirmish again in the mid lane here.
This is the problem, right, with Influence Rage. If you don't punish them in the early game, they will punish you in this mid to late game. And they're really showing that they are literally putting the pressure on to the side of Tribe Gaming. Tribe Gaming are now behind just about 3k gold difference, right? MTS in this phase check is not going to get phase checked by Cozy. He was waiting for Mali to go through there. Maybe he didn't know that MTS was waiting, looming in the shadows.
Yeah, just going to continue to push. And he's done a good job of just standing in the back, letting Universal Law do most of the talking for him. Just pushing people away, doing a lot of chip damage, starting getting gone on, and he gets blown up. Valau will take that one happily with his Unbridled Outburst. Inferali form just eats him up. And here's another Universal Law pushing Charm back, but that mid T1 does go down. And Influence Rage starting to exude a little bit of map control here as they push to the top.
starting to put pressure on starting. That's 2 engages, right, where starting has been the first target. But speaking of targets, Mali might be the next.
Oh, Mali, Conductor of Souls, the Razor Dragon on the Razor Cavalry on the backside. Gonna hit one. MTS continuing to fight. Mali solo. They did find Petroni and Cozy, and they've turned this around, but they did lose MTS and Mali in return. Again, Charm still just trying to chip them out, and I think that's gonna be the end of it with a 2-for-2.
2-for-2 trade, right? I mean, we needed to see these trades before those T2s started falling, but hey, you can't control the pace of the game if you don't have the control of the match. Whereas you kind of see now that Influence Rage has influenced that control for themselves by taking that Shadow Tyrant, able to get that extra damage, able to get the lightning effect onto their abilities as well. But now it's kind of punishing for the side of Tribe Gaming. They need to take these trades, but if they get into this late game, they've really got to do things with these positives or even neutral trades, right? When you know you are down 2 and the enemy's down 2, you've got to kind of try and find a little bit of an advantage in these lanes.
Yeah, trying to find any sort of advantage. I mean, if you're looking at what, let's talk a little bit about the junglers. Raikou versus Mali. Mali right now, level 14. Got a little bit out of position on that one. Super aggressive. He got picked off. But Raikou now, level 17 with the help of Cozy. This is going to change things up a little bit, make things a little bit more uncomfortable for Tribe Gaming. As again, that net worth lead is starting to grow. It's about 4K at this point.
Yeah, you can see MTS trying to go for the macro plays there. He's pushing their minions into the T2, but now he's looking to join that fight again. Raikou looking pretty low.
Oh, the Unbridled Outburst, that's going to be committed already. MTS now on the run. He tries to get on out of there, but it looks like that's going to be the end of it. They're not going to expend too much on this one, and Tribe Gaming don't really want to fight with these ultimates still on and about to expire.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and rebait this fight into the Overlord, because you can kind of see Charms in the pretty much just behind the Overlord there. Mali as well with the path of passing, but okay.
Yeah, here we go. It looks like they're going to continue on. Mali getting a little bit on the low side. The Death's Precipice. The Overlord is the big one, but Cozy gets the snipe out. He does end up getting this. Raikou is low on his side as well, but Sony going in, gets the blow up, and he kills Iraqi Zo. And it looks like MTS is killed as well. Mali trying to fight in. He wants to go for Bilal. He's continuing on, but the Leaping Savior just too much. And the Conductor of Souls on top of him, continuing to go on the Unending Sorrow, trying to turn it around onto Mali, who has the path of passing back to safety. He's running back, trying to stay alive. Bilal in front, Forbidden Domain pushes him away, but that's going to be the end of it. They've gotten 2.
Yeah, really nice setup there for Influence Rage. We could kind of see that Petroni was able to take out MTS and then push this mid-wave right up into the higher ground turret as well as the Clash lane, so they could be losing a lot on the side of Tribe Gaming right now.
Yeah, they've lost the mid T3. It looks like the Vanguards are going to be pushing in the top lane, the Shadow Vanguard as well. The bottom T2 is still there. That might slow things down a bit, but Tribe Gaming, again, down about 6K right now, getting pushed from all ends. They're just going to have to be all hands on deck in terms of this defense here.
Yeah, they just need to have a really good defensive last line, as obviously the Crystal is the last thing available for them. They do keep the higher ground turret into the Clash lane, but it means that they're pushed so far back, the Influence Rage is able to just have their way with the rest of the Gorge. Like you can see here, Sony starting that Shadow Tyrant for themselves to just get a little bit more damage as they come into the 16-minute mark. But right now, 7K above in gold, and everything else is just following that suit for the Influence Rage.
If you're just looking at the kill score, you're kind of thinking, oh my gosh, this 6K, 7K net worth lead is just like almost, it's huge at this point. And if you're looking at the towers, it's barren on the side of Tribe Gaming, right? So it's, again, you get the kills, which is great, but you got to get objectives. You got to convert them into something. And it seems like Tribe Gaming are really lacking in that department because, again, now with no towers, no real space, now you're playing on the defensive, you're bunkering down with this T3 bottom.
Yeah, it's not a single objective game, right? The only way you win Honor of Kings is if you are able to dominate the map. The kills are just a second objective, but hey, they're looking to get some more for the side of Influence Rage here and get some more turrets.
Yeah, it looks like they've taken the bottom T3. Tribe Gaming does not want to actually go into this one, realizing that they're definitely far behind in terms of the net worth. They're not doing damage. Oh my gosh, Iraqi Zoro gets picked off just a little too far ahead. Tried to lid step away, but just, I mean, he's too squishy. He wasn't able to do so. Gets completely blown out by Influence Rage, and they'll happily take that one.
More importantly, it was an insta-kill, right? You saw him, you blinked, he was gone. That's the problem with Influence Rage when they have that 8K gold lead. They have the minions pushing the Crystal.
Yeah, they're looking to push at this one. Oh, it looks like the MTS is going from the backside. He's trying to go in, and they do end up getting the kill. They get Sunny on that one, but the flashback, Arakizuro's down as well as Molly and MTS, and that looks like it's going to be the base, and game one goes the way of Influence Rage.
Yeah, a little bit more of a cordial first part of the game for Influence Raid, right? Rage, sorry, not Raid. I mean, that part of the last part of the game was a bit of a raid onto the Crystal, but now that we see them in this one, they're able to just completely dominate that mid to late game, right? Like, they really struggled trying to gain some dominance, but this is what we were saying. Coach Blam and Hauler were saying, hey, you need those turrets earlier on, and Tribe Gaming got the few into the farm lane, but everything else on the side of Influence Rage was just untouched.
Yeah, and it's funny because we're just like, hey, the first 3 to 5 minutes, they just need to have a better early game. But then we probably should have explained a little bit more. It's just not about the laning phase in terms of the kills, but again, it's turning it into towers and forcing it out, right? So a little bit more, maybe more resources in terms of manpower. When you do get the gank, then you can potentially push, but you got to get a little bit more space. Right now, they got the kills, and they just went back to the 50-50 on their side of the river, and that's not a winning strategy, I would say.
Hey, I mean, in order to breathe, you need breathing room, right? And that's just the one thing that Tribe Gaming have not quite yet conquered or figured out when it comes to these team fights. They're just kind of just getting those kills up. You can kind of see kills separate across the board here. Marley with 4, Arakizaro with 2, and then we have MTS with 1 and Charm with 1. So again, it's nice to see that Arakizaro is finally getting some of those kills on the board, because yesterday was not his day in terms of resources, right? I don't think he ever got over that 10k mark, but today, first game in, he's kind of seen a different side to him, so he's definitely heads in the game today.
Yeah, and let's point out a little bit something with Influence Rage here by Cozy getting 133k damage. I mean, most of that was just the Universal Law just doing its thing on autopilot, just kind of like the automatic sprinkler or whatever, and just raining in on the parade of Tribe Gaming, because they were taking a bunch of it, right? They didn't want to walk into it, but it just kind of created these zones that was super difficult to kind of, to get into. And I really like the way Cozy played in that game. I thought he did a good job on the Zia.
Yeah, it really helped, right? Especially in terms of the lane priority, the lane wave clear as well. I mean, they had a lot of it on the side of Influence Rage, especially with Hu Huan, with Lung as well. But they just had one of those crucial parts of these team fight mechanics, which is the Zhong Fei, right? So he's able to be super tanky. He has the Unbridled Outburst. We even saw some of those Unbridled Outbursts coming from over the wall, right? Just shouting and stunning from the Azure Golem. Like, just there we go. The stun is just so deadly. And when you catch out a squishy hero like the Princess Frost, it's so easy to then just dominate from that. And then there goes the Winter is coming. There is no more zoning on the side of Tribe Gaming. They've then got to try and take fights 4v5, which in most cases was the actual situations within this game one between Influence Rage and Tribe Gaming, is the fact that there's always 4 on the back foot.
Yeah, on the back foot. I mean, MTS was trying to get the flank, but I felt like the initiations were always initiated by Influence Rage. Like, they would start the fight, and then Tribe Gaming would be reactive. I felt like if Tribe Gaming again tried to start the fight themselves, I think they would have had a much better chance. But again, let's talk a little bit about this MVP here. Raikou, 129,000 damage, 2-1-9. Again, just the survivability. He was just on point throughout that game.
Yeah, I mean, we bigged up this player yesterday, right? When we saw him in the Open Series, and we're seeing him today. He is one of those jungle titans from the Brazilian region. And like you said there, 129k damage, only 2 kills, though. Really just shows the efforts and the utility of this Hu Huan. She can deal a lot of damage in a huge area of effect, and then just open it up for picks like the Lung, which is where you really want to be pooling those resources over. But speaking of pooling resources, the teams are just going to take a little bit more of a break before they get into game 2, so they can pool their own resources, think about that game 1, and see if they can take a game 2 victory. Don't go anywhere, chat. We'll see you soon.
the meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle of 4 once again, and here comes the Infinite Vastness aggressively, and at this point it is a 1-by-1 they fall.
Duel to death. He kills Kakarot right away. He wants to go for more. He's chasing after them with the
Rhinorus jumps in once again, will not survive the fight. A Vanguard, Suits, they fall, and his influence rage. Okay, caught in the middle of 4. 5 is all of Fearless Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle
Side of Chaos, and down goes a John Face. So there is the backbone. We could still see a steal here. Who's it going to go over to? He does go over to the side. Hello everybody and welcome back to the 2024 Honor of Kings Championship play-ins. It is the American Regional Finals. We've just saw that Tribe Gaming lost the first game against Influence Rage. Can they do what they need to do in Game 2 to take a victory from them?
I mean, we saw some growth, right? Like the team is much better than they were as of yesterday. So the strategy and some of the changes that they made have been positive. That's a good thing, right? We want to see teams on the upward trend. I think that that was a good game for them in that sense. But again, I think it's more of that like early to mid transition phase where they're kind of struggling now. And they need to figure that one out. And they need to figure it out very soon because the fact, of course, Game 2 is going to happen. It's going to start right away to get yourself in it. Now, if you're going to be, again, let's go into the coach's hat again. Blam, if you're going to be coach, what are you telling Tribe Gaming?
I mean, the one thing that we were speaking about in the last game, right, is that they're able to take these positive trades in the early game, but it's then about taking those objectives as well. So unfortunately for Tribe Gaming, in the majority of the games that they've already played, they haven't able to actually get anything positive out of these team fights with the turrets, with either the neutral objectives as well. Really struggled with claiming those. So it's just all about trying to gain some more dominance on the Gorge.
Yeah, and helping them out. I think that that's the biggest thing. I think when you play games that might not be MOBA, mind you, these guys are definitely veterans of the MOBA scene. I don't want to undersell that, but I think that, you know, other players who might not be familiar with MOBAs, this is more of a, hey, actually the game is about objectives and, you know, taking down the base, and it's less about kills. And I think that people really need to understand that because, again, you can get your kills and you can get bloodthirsty, but if you're not killing the towers at the end of the day, you're really not going to win very many games.
I mean, it's evident, right? You don't even have to look at a KPL game to notice that kills don't mean everything. Because if you look at something like now Black Shrew Esports that was LGD Malaysia, they were all about getting the resources in the early game, making sure that they had those side lanes secured. And then once they had those things down, the kills came with ease. It was just kind of like the only time you should be looking for kills is if it's an obstacle in the way of the objective you're going for, right? If there is a turret that's standing and there's 3 people under it, you're like, hey guys, move out of the way or you're gonna die and we're gonna take you T2.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's a byproduct more than anything else. Just play positionally well, get inside, and then get that collateral damage of all those kills and kind of just pad those stats, so to speak. But I do think that it's going to be super important, right? I think that, you know, if teams are coached in the way of just being like, again, just super crisp with their movement and their positioning, I think teams will have a much more higher success rate, I would say, in most of these games.
Absolutely. I mean, even the positioning of starting, especially towards the beginning part of the game, was really good. But then Influence Rage found a way in, especially with the Zhongfei, right? Like we commented on the post-game highlights that when that Unbridled Outrage came through over the wall and stun started, it was basically an open door for them to just go in, take down the Princess Frost, which really takes away a lot of Tribe Gaming's area of effect damage and also zoning potential. But we're looking like Influence Rage is picking up the Chow. Will it be in the mid lane for Cozy, or will Valau pick it up into the support role?
Yeah, and I mean, if you're going to pick it first like this one, it's great because it's flexible in the sense of, you know, see what the enemy's thrown at you, and then you can kind of change things up depending on the lane matchup, right? So you set yourself up for success. Again, having multiple teammates that can play the same hero can actually add quite a lot of value because, again, you can play it in different roles, and it really helps the team.
Yeah, I mean, the siege mechanics that come through for the Chow, now the fact that the Sunbin's been locked in, we know for a fact it is going to be in the mid lane for Cozy. So if the Chow gets left unchecked, she's able to take turrets pretty easy, right? Like with the movement speed increase, but then also just being able to bring everybody in with the Eye of the Whirlpool to try and just take down a turret. When you think everything's going Cozy on one side of the map, Cozy is at the other side of the map, bringing everybody else through the teleport and taking your turrets.
Yeah, it's definitely going to help out. I think it's going to be super annoying to deal with. I think the pairing needs to be on point so that you have that potential tower damage dealing hero that complements the Fooz or the Elaine. One of those two can kind of do that. Obviously, other heroes can do it as well, but I think that you want somebody to kind of just help out and just sync it up, because if you have a nice little combination, it's almost like a guerrilla squad with only 2 members kind of doing it, and you can kind of do a lot of damage.
Absolutely. I mean, we're seeing that Mai Shiranui. Speaking of damage, Mai Shiranui coming through for starting on Tribe Gaming. A little bit more different to what we've seen him on before, right? We've always seen him on the Angela, the Princess Frost, the Lady Jen when we finally actually get it through the ban phase. But I don't think we've seen him on the Mai Shiranui. He may have played it yesterday, but actually, yes, first game of the day, he played it yesterday against Influence Rage. So it's going to be interesting to see how he navigates it this time around, because again, with Ali, with Mai Shiranui, that's a lot of resource pooling for these 2 heroes. You've got to now try and put a jungle into the mix that isn't going to take as much resources, right?
Yeah, and my only concern with the Mai is that it's like a burst potential hero, and Daqiao, assuming, you know, Cozy in the mid lane is able to hit those Sea of Fates, or Sunbin gets them out, or Yuan with the Unending Sorrow, it kind of can basically stifle what she wants to do, and it makes it more difficult. Because again, Mai, very glass cannon, very mobile, high burst, a lot of good things in terms of just being aggressive, but you know, Influence Rage, their lineup right now is more of a sustain type of lineup that has like multiple phases in a team fight, and it's kind of more difficult to fight. So again, it really comes back to starting. Is he able to get the kills or not in the early seconds of those team fights?
I mean, Influence Rage calling out their comp pretty quick there towards the end, because Doom would have been the perfect thing for the jungle, right? He doesn't need as much resources. He's very tanky from the get-go. He has a lot of base attack damage as well. So that would have been a perfect matchup into that jungle. But now they've got to try and think of something else, because even if they go with the Kaiser, Kaiser doesn't have that same kind of privilege as the Doom pick does. Kaiser needs those itemizations. He needs all that jungle for himself. So if you start cutting off and putting into Kaiser's resource pool, it's then going to affect your jungle jungle's ability to be aggressive, especially setting up these engages, because they're going to need a tank in the jungle, right? And right now, like you said, with the burst, once these two heroes have taken off, it's kind of like, where's the damage going to come from Tribe, right?
Yeah, and I mean, okay, I think that it's going to really come down to Mai and Arlie just blowing people up to kind of start things off. I think Dharma is pretty good here with the Truth, potentially knocking people out of the Dachiao Sea of Fate. That could be an interesting matchup to watch in those team fights. But the Byron pick up here, again, just very tanky, somebody who's going to be up front, and it complements very well with Soonbin with that time flux, just letting him run at you, and it just, you know, this guy with this giant club is chasing you, kind of scary on the side of Tribe.
Oh, yeah. I mean, with it being Sony picking up the Byron as well, that's pretty huge. We've seen him on the Byron plenty of times, especially within the Open Series. He gets that kind of backdoor flank onto the enemy team. There it is. I called it the Kaiser. The Kaiser was the only other option they had in that jungle, right? But again, it's still going to sacrifice a lot of Kaiser's jungle and Kaiser's resources. He's not going to be able to take that mid lane wave here and there that he needs to kind of keep ahead of Raikou. So they've really put Tribe Gaming in a interesting spot, especially taking that Dune off the table.
Yeah, it looks like Tribe Gaming's lineup kind of on the greedier side. Everybody needs their farm to really contribute. Obviously not the roamer with Zhang with Charm, that is. But I think everyone else definitely needs to go for it. So you really don't have that funnel where you can be like, oh, I'll just give it all to the Mai, let her get all the items, and just, again, blow people up. It's not as easy. So, again, it really comes back to the laning phase of people just trying to get their own farm on their own.
Yep, and we see that Tribe Gaming haven't done the little switcheroo that some of these teams do when they go take the Mai Shiranui. They normally take Mai Shiranui down to the farm lane and then allow the jungle, not the jungle, the farm lane, who especially the late game heroes of the farm lane, like the Arlie, to take the mid lane against the Chao, because you're fighting Rage against not so much Rage on the side of Mai Shiranui.
Yeah. I mean, starting right now, I think is doing a good job. I think this is one of those things where, you know, they're just comfortable in the mid lane, right? Mai being able to just kind of steal some of those boars, just sticking around. I think that this is a very statement game for him. Back is on the wall right now. You're down already 0-1. This is pretty much all it is, right? So if you're a mid laner, or you're Iraqi Zoro, you're the farm laner, you gotta take this upon yourself and be like, hey, I want to carry this game. Let's win it for myself and the team.
Absolutely. We've already seen that Cozy's already helped himself to the enemy jungle, right? He took the boars from the side of Tribe Gaming, which already shows that they put almost 300 gold ahead. So already these little micro plays here that are like, hey, this is always going to affect what happens in the late game. It's already happening in 40+ range, but in a bit of engage going on.
A little bit of a launch up. Shinobi was going to be committed on this one, but the time flux pushing it back. Raikou a little on the low side, just trying to potentially bait them out. He does have the seal, the heal if he wants to go, but in the end, he's just going to skirmish to the top.
I think the Sunbin in this comp is really good, right? Especially countering the likes of the Zhongfei, the Kaiser, or even the Mai Shiranui, because for her to do the burst damage, she has to get in first, and Sunbin kind of negates that, especially with time lapse.
Yeah, it's going to create this giant zone. Nobody wants to fight into that. And starting, again, it's like you want to go in, you set it up, and you launch him up, and then you just kind of blow him up with the rest of the team. But if that area is going to be there, starting probably doesn't want to stick around too long, so he might not get all the kills that he wants.
Yeah, I think that's the unfortunate side effect of taking the Sunbeam, right? It's like that's the very important step for Mai Shiranui, is to get in, do the burst, get out. She's not be able to do step 1, which then means that she can't do step 2 as effectively, or even carry away with step 3, which is the get out part, because she's going to be lingering on the kind of teetering on the edge of these team fights.
Yeah, speaking of teetering on the edge, starting right now gets a little low, has to just, I mean, he's going to take the healing dew, I believe, but he's been completely pushed out. Raikou was doing a ton of damage, and again, okay, look, Mali needs to get his farm, he needs to be that tank, and because Influence Rage are going to want these really long, drawn-out fights, the team fights, and so having Mali being somewhat tanky, you can mitigate some of that advantage, I would say, that Influence Rage has.
Yeah, you're already seeing the EXP difference from the Hugh 1 and the Kaiser right now, and even the gold, right? That's 2.5 to just under 2.1 for Mali. So already seeing a little bit of a bridge or currently being sort of a fissure, currently being divided right now, but a big rotation from the bot lane. Are they going to go for it? No, doesn't look like they're going to commit to the attack or the flank there, but okay.
Push back the Invincible Warrior. Cozy getting gone on the Unbridled Outburst, but pushing him actually away, but he's going to give up first blood. Starting is going to take that, and he snipes it down with a Kachusin.
Yeah, really navigating that time lapse very well, right? They kind of placed the time lapse a little bit too early on the side of Influence Rage.
Yeah, got pushed away, and if anything, I think Charm did a great job of pushing it even further back. But now, Raikou has to use the Unending Sorrow in defense. He's going to use the Time Flux to kind of dance around further. MTS is going to join the mid lane as well, but Influence Rage continuing even with down a player, but now they're back to full strength here.
Back to full strength, and maybe a fight at the neutral objective. Influence Rage already started doing a lot of damage. Can they get the crucial kill back?
Yeah, Sony's going to be here, and it looks like he does. Raikou gets the steal. He has the smite. He has it on point, but he's going to die for his sins.
Ooh.
But Mali gets killed in return. That's 2 of those thus far. MTS is down as well, but they want to continue to go on, and it looks like they're going to focus on Charm. They've got him knocked up with that Koi Tide, and they're just going to get 3 for 1, all at the cost of Raikou.
3 for 1 and the neutral objective. I would take that trade any day of the week.
Yeah, for sure. That's the best case scenario right there. Even Raikou dying at this point, but he's still tops in terms of net worth. 3.3 tied only with Sony, who's still managed to get good farm. But nice rotation there. Really good team fight by Influence Rage.
A very good team. It was almost kind of like a bait, right? You saw it towards the end. They was able to try and kind of drag the Tyrant to the corner, so they knew they were playing on their terms. And the engage looked huge from the side of Tribe Gaming to begin with, but then it was just... There's just so much utility within these team fights on the side of Influence Rage. Not only do they have the heals of the Hue 1, they have the counter engage of the Sunbin, and then just the pure destruction of Byron in the Clash lane, just being able to just outflank.
Yeah, and I think the only real key mistake is that Cozy might have done a Sea of Fate, potentially stealing Raikou. Obviously, you have to have the perfect play, but again, this is one of those things where we're nitpicking, right? You got an A- on the test. I want you to get an A+, and the way you can do that is by Cozy just doing a couple, other things with that Sea of Fate.
Yeah, it's all about playing smarter, not harder, right? You've got to just make sure that you've got to place these things at the right time, at the right moment, but that takes a lot. And once more, we're seeing the takedowns of these T1s already going onto the side of Influence Rage. There is no trade in this game for both of those side turrets, because this time in the last game, we saw that Influence Rage and Tribe Gaming was able to trade those T1s across the map, but it looks like Influence Rage taking this T1 into the farm lane as well, already putting some way more pressure that was applied in the first game is kind of just intensifying in this second game.
Yeah, forcing it out, playing it out, but the Umbrella Outburst going to push them away. I think Raikou ended up getting this, but Mali's looking to turn this up. He does have the Invincible Warrior, and then the Unending Sorrow in return. They've gotten starting. They start this off with a great fight. He goes down, but Sony's going to be killed in return. Bilal and Cozy, Raikou line them up, and it looks like they're trading left and right. It's a 4 for 3 in favor of Tribal Gaming.
Blue team.
I mean, that was good, but they didn't count on Petroni coming through that either whirlpool. He was into the thick of it at the beginning part of the match, the team fight, sorry. Then he went away, he got the either whirlpool back in, was able to take out Marley, but then was able to push these minions to the T2. I thought that would have been a better trade there. And like you can see right now, the slowdown, there he goes out. He's now going to cash back in any second now into the either whirlpool. He's back into the team fights, and then you just see them. Yes, Tribe Gaming takes a few kills here and there, but MTS goes down to Petroni as well as the Kaiser. So really good play, even though Tribe Gaming came out on top of that. For Influence Rage to compose that as well as they did was a really good counter engage.
Good counter engage. And MTS, I mean, getting the triple definitely helped out. He got left on an island in that sense where, Charm let him go. They were like, okay, we can't really continue fighting because they're just so low themselves. So all in all, not the worst thing. Tribal Gaming right now, sticking it to Influence Rage right now. And now they're putting pressure on that mid T1.
Okay.
Really great. That's a good move. That's what we want to see more of from Tribal Gaming.
And out of all the T1s, right, that mid T1, that's very crucial for any kind of team. Yes, we're seeing that Influence Rage are ahead by 2k gold, almost 3k now, but it's still the difference what they can make going into the late game. They're trying to steal the Azure Golem from Tribe Gaming.
Oh, the on-endings are already been committed. It looks like they've got the pick off. Mali stuck around a little too long, just gets hit with the last shot. And it looks like the rest of them are going to be on their way. They're going to run away from this one. But Influence Rage get the pick off, and they invade the enemy jungle. That's what you had wanted.
This is the consequence of Petroni getting that triple kill in that last team fight, right? He was like, last time we saw the scoreboard, he was 6.4. Now he's 7.3 to Ali's 5K. So that's where the 2K gold difference is coming from, right? It's just Petroni. When you think about that, when you see the Spark Forge there, when you see the Doomsday come through, this is where Derenji starts to shine.
Yeah, for sure. And this is, I think, a little bit of an issue by Tribe Gaming. When the team fights are happening, you got to find out where Petroni is. You got to figure out how to just stop him because he's the one that's doing all the damage on the backside. He's surviving because you're not prioritizing him. You got to target him out. You got to isolate him. You got to get the pick off on him. He should be the #1 target by Rocky Zero, and as well as starting here.
I mean, being Derenji doesn't make it easy though, right? Because he has the cleanse, he has the CC from the ultimate as well. So any kind of engage, especially if it's a 1v1, he can maybe get out of there. And now that he's stacked to the 9s with the Crimson Golem buff as well, he's going to be doing a lot of damage, but Sony may be in trouble.
Yeah, but I mean, for the record, I never said it was easy. But this is what they should be doing in terms of prioritization, right? I think it will really help them in most of the team fights moving forward, right?
Yes, absolutely. You're right there. The Succubus Cloak coming through for the Hue 1 just to try and negate the magical damage from the Mai Shiranui, because it's getting a little bit too much for Raikou, it seems. That is, if there's any kind of symbol that the Mai Shiranui is getting a bit too much for you, it's definitely the Succubus Cloak.
Yeah, Invincible Warrior used in return. Mali did not really want to fight this one, but now he's on the run. He's been slowed down with the time bomb. He decides to go in, but he gets killed. He got caught out of position. Iraqi Zero is just barely... No, he's going to get sniped in the end. He gets killed. Bilal will take credit for this. Charm is down for the count as well. And they've got 4 members thus far. Make that 5, and they will take the 8th. They will take the mid T2, and they will start marching into the base.
That's the slippery of effect of Sunbeam, right? You just lay down that ability, and then you're just a ticking time bomb. You're like, yes, I get out. It's like, no, the clock strikes 1, and you go down. You're like, oh man, I thought I got away scot-free. But hey, game 2 going over to Influence Rage, taking another 2-0 over Tribe Gaming.
Clean game by Influence Rage right there, right? That team fight obviously was huge, but I mean, it all just kind of set themselves up for that moment, right? They were winning throughout. They definitely had their net worth. They had really good team fights, and it looked like Tribe Gaming really did have some answers to, like the Yuan. You know, they were kind of struggling, just trying to get things going. They couldn't find how to find Petroni on the D-Renge. It was just a tough situation for Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, it's promising, right? Already the improvements we saw from yesterday to today is a good example of what's to come for Tribe Gaming, right? They just need to kind of take these losses on the chin and just make something of it. And that's the whole thing of Honor of Kings. There's always going to be a loser, but it depends on what you do with the loser mentality. Do you learn from it, or do you let it get the best of you?
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen even the other squads in the other regions just really not have a great season 1 and qualifiers and all that, but they really stepped up now. They're definitely improving. We're seeing it, you know, right before our eyes. Even Tribe Gaming had a much better day 2 over day 1, so we're seeing the growth, but just not quick enough and just not, you know, good enough, dare I say, going into this play-in here.
I think that's an invite for any of Tribe Gaming to 1v1 Hauler. He's saying, hey, it may not just be good enough, but no, I completely understand your sentiment there, to be honest, mate. It's a hard game. It's a very quick environment where you have to become better, right? And you can kind of see here Iraqi Zaro not having a better game as he did in game 1, going over that 10k. The game didn't even go for as longer, right? Influence Rage just found a great team comp to go against Tribe's team comp, which they managed to stunt in the BP draft, right? They were able to take the Dune out, which would have been a great pick into what Tribe Gaming had there, but they caught that out in that ban phase.
Yeah, I really think it comes back to that draft. I mean, they sensed it out. You're absolutely right in the sense of the Dune really complementing what they wanted to have done. Tribe Gaming, that is. And not getting it. And I think Mali was kind of caught off guard a bit because it didn't seem like he was too comfortable on the Mali. I mean, he got out of position a couple times, which could be any hero, but he was 1-4-1, not the greatest of stats. But you look, this was pretty much the Influence Rage show. Look at that gold graph, just dipped in their favor the entire way because again, they were just had the lead and they knew how to close this game out.
And that's the most important thing, right? Is that, yes, you're able to get a lead in the early game, but can you close it out? Which we've seen most of the times with our own eyes, is that some of these teams are able to have a great early game, but then trying to close it out and trying to get those positive objective trades for themselves is just pretty much seems like a near impossible task. But as you can see here, some of these team fights went really well for Tribe Gaming, but Cozy being very good on the Chow gives great utility into these team fights and just lets Petroni shine, right? Like, they don't even have to be in the same lane, and he's able to give that same kind of utility you would if the Chow was going to be your support pick. But you've then got the Sunbin that gives you the healing, gives you the time lapse, the counter engages that came through time and time again, and then the ability to just see, as you can see at Rakizoro, 1 second he's able to get out of there, and the next he's gone.
Yeah, no real chance. I mean, Petroni here, like every single highlight, all of these team fights, the biggest thing that you could see, he was on the edge of every single fight, right? Just the maximum rage, and that's exactly what you want to do on the D-Ren-J. And there's a reason why he's 606. Yes, the damage didn't seem very high, but it's because the game didn't last very long for him to do even more damage. But I mean, with only 17,000 damage taken, he had some amazing positioning in that fight. In that game.
Oh, probably some of the best positioning I've seen for a while on one of the farm lane players. But again, well deserved to Petroni getting the MVP of that one after that triple kill from the Cho's either Whirlpool. That seemed to me that he solidified that MVP, right? He's just really good in terms of just claiming those late game close downs for his team and really making it shine for himself.
Yeah, made it easy for him. Just, I mean, the rest of the team kind of set him up, did all the damage. I mean, you had what? Raikou up in front with all those unending sorrow, just baiting out most of the ults and all the damage. And then he would just go back and heal himself up. And then, then Petroni would just come in and just clear everybody out. But, again, Tribe Gaming, they ended up losing 0-2. We're going to see them coming up in that third matchup of today. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. We're going to take a little bit of a break, but up after that is going to be Influence Rage and Osiris. That will be coming up. My name is Holler, and with me is Blam, and we will be right back.
Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways.
Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways. Tell you what you can't do, can't do, can't do. Never let them tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your head.
Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle of 4 once again, and here comes the Infinite Vastness aggressively, and at this point it is a 1-by-1 they fall.
Duel to death. He kills Kakarot right away. He wants to go for more. He's chasing after them with the
9 Novas jumps in once again, will not survive the fight. A Vanguard, Suits, they fall, and it's Influence Rage. Okay, caught in the middle of 4. 5 is all of Fearless Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle.
Side of Chaos, and down goes a Zhongfei, so there is the backbone. We could still see a steal here. Who's it going to go over to? It does go over to the side. Welcome back after that break between game 1 and the next matchup. Sorry, the match 1 and match 2, not games. Let's get the semantics correct. I am Blam, and with me is Hauler. We'll be getting into what was probably the best match of yesterday, but the rematch. So this match 2 is really like what's holding everything on the line here for both ISG and Influence Rage. Influence Rage may have eased up a little bit from that match 1. Let's see if ISG can do it.
Yeah, I mean, okay, here's the thing. This is the rematch. Osiris actually took him out. Influence Rage, they took it 2-1. It's going to be super important right here for Influence Rage. If they want to have a chance, they could potentially just 2-0 them and take the lead over Osiris. I mean, if it goes to 2-1, we might actually get a tiebreaker, and that could be interesting. And like obviously, that could be after the third matchup of the day. But again, we're going to be in the second one. This is going to be Osiris Gaming versus Influence Rage. And that third matchup, which could be important, Osiris Gaming going up against Tribe Gaming one last time. Could potentially Tribe Gaming play spoiler? We're going to have to find out here.
Yes, almost closing at the day, and obviously starting up the day. That's 2 huge pressures, right, for Tribe Gaming, and also trying to perform on top of that. But where all this sits is definitely at Osiris Gaming's feet and Influence Rage as well. Influence Rage obviously having to battle all the way to the Open Series just to get here. And then Osiris Gaming, they've just started in Abu Dhabi. They're like, right, okay, we've scrimmed with this team. It's a little bit of a new team, and this is the Osiris roster so far. It is Muster in the Clash lane, Azriel in the jungle, Mingichi in the mid lane, sorry. We have Windar J in the farm lane, and then we have Kapux in the support role. So again, we saw these guys play yesterday. Let's see if they can maintain that hype.
Yeah, I mean, they had a bunch of hype in that series. They won, what, game 2 and 3, so they really got that, you know, they started to hit the ground running after that first loss that they had. Influence Rage really stuck it to them. Now, how does Influence Rage strike back? Obviously, they had that first series that, you know, they were kind of changing or trying out some of the new heroes. But again, let's talk about Influence Rage here. Sony, Raikou, Cozy, Petroni, and Villau, no strangers here to the Americas play-in. They've played well thus far, but are they able to take on Osiris coming up here?
Yeah, because this is potentially their last match, right? If they aren't able to take at least a round from Osiris Gaming, then it's a little bit of trouble, because then they will be going straight out. It's pretty much locked in for Osiris Gaming, unless a Hail Mary play for the side of Tribe Gaming comes through and takes a round off of Osiris Gaming, then we would be at another rematch. So a lot riding on this next match of the day. So you can already see that the atmosphere within the studio is already a lot different from yesterday, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the nerves have got to be there. You're just kind of, you know what I mean? You're hoping for a really hotly contested game that's kind of competitive, right? You don't want to have, you know, one of the teams smashing the other one. You want this as interesting as possible. I'm pretty sure these two are going to be up for that task. I expect nothing but the best for this series to go to a game 3. But again, I think Osiris here, they control their destiny. Do they want this series? Do they want to play into the the Honor of Kings Championship? We're going to have to find out in this series.
Gonna have to find out in this series, but it looks like ISG are going for the draft that Influence Rage really sought for yesterday, which is the Dolia, the Elaine, so double death on Sunset. The Celestial Melody is now over to the side of ISG, whereas yesterday, Influence Rage took back quite a few times against ISG.
Yeah, and they did. I mean, it kind of helped out. The Dahlia was on point. Again, the Celestial Melody is just so good, but it kind of just racks it up. Again, they had the Princess Frost. The double winter is here. That could be a huge area of damage. But Influence Rage right now, it seems like they're going to be more on the aggressive side, in the sense that you do have that Dune, or to kind of keep everybody alive, and that you have that meat shield, and kind of supported by that Zhang Fei. It could be like a nice little combination there.
Yeah, you do see that Influence Rage do ban out the Kaiser. They don't want to go against it like they used it yesterday with the Dolia, because again, that double Invincible Warrior, even though ISG was able to overcome the Invincible Warrior, it's a hard task nonetheless, and they do ban out the Orgrin as well. ISG going for that Charlotte ban for Sony, really focusing that Clash lane right now, because they've locked in their lane. They're just looking to try and figure out what is going to be Sony's biggest pick, because yesterday we saw him on the Zhang Yu in the Clash lane for 2 games in a row, and it didn't quite go the way it wanted to, right?
It didn't go, I mean, not the right way. I don't know if it was a draft issue or it was just execution. But, you know, Osiris, they played the late game very strong. I think that if there's anything to kind of take note of both of these teams, is that mechanically sound. We're going to see very early, like a very close, hotly contested early to mid game. But then those late games are going to go, we're going to see some major big battles that we always want in those late game team fights.
Yeah, that's if Osiris Gaming allow Influence Rage from that first game to get through to that point, right? I mean, looking into the Clash lane, they could go for the Mayeen. They are locking in the Ali, because that has not been banned just yet. So Petroni on the Ali means that obviously, I was about to say Lung was still available, but Petroni wasn't going for it. But that's the first ban of the match. So yes, the Ali is going to be the one to go for. Maybe we'll see the Ho Yi come through for Osiris Gaming, that double blazing sun arrow. But it is going to be Nazar coming through in the jungle.
Interesting. It's another way to kind of get onto Arlie and the Lady Jean in the back line. I think Influence Rage right now, I mean, if we're talking about Vilao and, of course, Raikou, both of these guys need to ensure that they don't overextend, because their back line could be vulnerable. But Osiris Gaming ending their draft with the Fang, your thoughts on that one, Blam?
I mean, if I'm just going to tune my inner Kin, I will just be screaming and shouting. We know that Kin is a Fang stan, but hey, I mean, it's good, right? It's able to do a lot of damage. It's able to work on these tanks very well. You're able to have a get out of jail card as well, especially with that role. But it's not only an escapability tool, it also damages those that you have. Not only does it damage normal heroes, but it also damages those that you put the first ability on. So procting his damage over time, which does a huge burst of damage at the end when you procced all 3 hits. But I think it's really good against the Dune and the Zhang Fei, but the Hino sitting in here into the oh, okay, is that going to be Hino in the Clash lane and Dune in the jungle? I suppose that's going to have to wait and see there. But right now, if they go into the Clash lane with the Elaine, he's going to have a lot of CC immunity, right, when he uses his Moon Slash. So you could potentially see the range going against the Elaine, like we saw yesterday when Muster went against their Influence Rage's Elaine with Marco Polo.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're looking at what Osiris have done, they have the Princess Frost, the Fang with, with the Winter is here, the Blade Storm, and they could double that with the Dolia Celestial Melody, creating all these zones, but it's not like a heavy burst one. It's more of a slow, like, I mean, slow, little, potentially Fate Rewind. Out of that one, I think that this is the huge play from Sony to see if he can kind of carry this game, because a lot rides on that Hano pick in the top lane.
The first thing I noticed there, a triple smite. Hello, what's going on here on the side of Influence Rage? They really don't want to give over those neutral objectives, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think everything is going to be contested. They're not going to be scared of just using that. But again, it's risk versus reward. You're not going to have your flashes. You're not going to have your cleanses and potential other basic skills that you want in. They went all in on the smite. They don't want to lose any sort of neutral objective at this point, especially early. So those big Tempest Dragon fights could be very exciting to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be like a chain reaction, right? It's like, you drop smite, I drop smite, you drop smite, and we can't close that down. That's a lot of damage, right?
It's going to be a ton here. Sony taking a lot of damage as well. Mengiche is going to just kind of make that rotation, force him out. Sony, again, ooh, this is a little bit of a difference. Influence Rage forcing it out. Want to get the Crimson. Nice wind slash, and they do end up securing it. And Raikou walks away. Israel doesn't have the red.
Yes, that's a little bit of a disruption there for the side of Influence Rage. They're able to clean up that Crimson Golem. And again, when they have two smites on that camp, they shouldn't miss it, right? If they do miss it, there's something wrong.
Yeah, for sure. Or Israel gets super lucky. But again, I think that there's going to be even more pressure on Israel, especially for the, again, the Overlords, the Tyrants, all of these big neutral objectives. He needs to be on point and understand that at any moment you could have 3 smites coming down. So you got to maybe get lucky and just kind of snipe in between one of them and maybe get the kill.
Yeah, I think the good thing about this Nazaire pick, though, is the true damage that comes from this hero pick. They are able to do a lot of true damage, especially really good against the likes of the Dune and the Zhongfei. Going into the late game is going to really help the side of ISG, but they've just got to make sure they pick these team fights correctly.
All right, it looks like the Scepter from Sony. I mean, he's not going to team fight into that one or anything like that, but he wants to invade. And again, Sony, there's a lot on him, right? I think that he's able to get farm, and he does kind of carry, but he's kind of falling behind a little bit here, a little bit. I mean, now he's going to equalize in terms of the level, but he just wants to harass Mooster as much as possible and make things a little uncomfortable in that top.
Yeah, just trying to disrupt the jungle objectives, right, for the side of ISG. And they've got to try, if it's a mistake for the triple smite, right, they've got to try and make it work for themselves, give it a bit of utility, because like you said in the opening statement there, is just, if that was the case, then they're missing out a flash, they're missing out a cleanse, whatever they decide to go for with their common skill. But hey, okay, they are able to claim the Crimson Golem once more off the side of ISG.
Yeah, Raikou, just another smite. They're walking in together, and this is a huge commitment. They have all 4 members of Influence Rage going in at the same time, and they just line up those smites. They make sure that it's in prime position for them to do it, and then again, they stack them together, and they ensure that they get it with Raikou and Bilal in the bottom lane, able to take that. And again, Raikou's just taking it away. Ezreal's got to be super frustrated.
Yeah, Petroni already leading the race in terms of the gold for Influence Rage in the farm lane. They're up by about 500 gold, which isn't a lot, but in terms of the starting early part of the game, it's just that extra little bit of item. We do see that Fang rushes for the Axe of Torment because he wants to take down the squishy heroes, but he also wants that armor pen.
Yeah, I think it'll add up, especially considering the fact that Sony, okay, he's going to get gone on in the top lane. Sony, I don't know if he wants the Fate Rewind out of this. He eventually will, but he needs to be careful. The Fate Rewind, and he zips on out of it.
It's the only unfortunate part where you got Nazaire and Elaine, right? They're not going to do enough damage in the early game to compete with that Fate Rewind.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, Sony knew he wasn't really in too much danger, if anything. Maybe he was also going for some last hits as well, just kind of pushing out that lane. So again, Sony understanding the limits, but now he needs to be a little bit on the careful side because he doesn't have the ult. But Muster, ooh, he's the one that's low.
Yeah, caught into the thick of it. He did a bit of proxy farm in there, so he does freeze the lane for himself. So that means that he can go back with ease, right? He can recall. He knows that there's going to be another creep wave until this one meets it. But we are seeing a teleport.
Oh,
mechanic come
Skyfall!
from.
He goes right in under the tower. He's looking to fight this one, but he's gotten first blood. Windar J's the first to fall. Patroni's doing some damage, and it looks like they've gotten a second one. Capax is killed as well, but they get Raikou in return. Here's the death at Sunset, the meteor kill on top of this one. Sony's getting focused in, but he's able to kill it. He is, and he turns it around. Another meteor kill, the flashback, but a double kill going the way of Booster. And it looks like it's going to be an ace for Influence Rage.
Yeah, it didn't quite work out in the favor of that one, I don't think. I don't know where the Celestial Melody came to or where it went, or it was just a little bit too brief of a visit for Capox in that whole team fight, because he seemed to go down pretty quick at the beginning part of it. But Petroni here still level 8. He's got both of the buffs on him, but Nazir going in.
Yeah, I thought about it. He went in with the Skyfall, thought he was isolated, but he actually had a friend. He got out of there. He was kind of scared at that point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of burst between Lady Gen and the Ali, right? So you don't want to be taking that 1v2, even though you're a tank, and you don't really do that much damage as Nazir just yet in the fight. But right now, Influence Rage are ahead by 3k gold, which could be trouble for ISG.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I love the fact that Influence Rage, they went back, to the drawing board in the sense of, they did lose in day one. They've changed it up. They've just completely focused on Ezreal, made sure that he's had a bad time, not able to get those red buffs whenever he wants. He's actually falling behind. He's almost about a K behind Raikou right now, who's just taking his red buff every single time. So again, I love the fact that Influence Rage are able to kind of make those small changes to make things, to give their team a little bit of an edge.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lack of respect for the side of ISG, right? In this game one, they are losing quite a lot of ground already. We see that Ali was able to take the T2 into the farm lane, and already we're seeing that Ezreal has been focused once more. This is just going to be slowly but surely going away from the side of ISG. I don't think they have the draft right now for the team fights.
Oh, look at that stun with the Ocean of Tears, the Wind Slash, the nice little combination, and Israel could not get out of there. He got smashed, and he's falling behind. He's 2 levels behind Raikou. He's level 9 till Raikou's 11.
Yeah, this really showing how good Raikou is in the jungle, right? He's ahead 2 levels to the Nazir, and this is the perfect reason why Dun comes through, right? He doesn't take much resources. He's able to clear the jungle pretty fast, right? But then as he builds his tankier items, he then becomes a little bit more of a monster, a little bit more of a pain to deal with.
Yes, the amount of sustain, the damage, he has everything, that you could ever want, right, from the jungler. And that's kind of what Raikou wants. I think that yesterday's game, some of the times that they did not play as well is because Raikou was stuck with the Kaiser, who, don't get me wrong, can do some damage, but it doesn't do as much and has that much of a team fight contribution as he might have on the Dune here. But it looks like there's going to be a little bit of a small skirmish, and it looks like ISG are going to get on out of this one. Sony just kind of cutting them from afar, poking them, but not really doing too much.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of appreciate Sony's build, right? They're going for 3 tanks and then just relying heavily on the burst from the Ali and the Lady Gen. And it's working really well for the side of Influence Rage. They're cutting it up to the 8-minute mark. They've taken the T2 into the bot lane and the mid lane as well. So struggling is ISG.
Yeah, struggling here. And if we're going to look at the gold graph, we're just going to see it steadily increase. Okay, now it's going to drop because Petroni just died, which is a little unfortunate on that one. But they were kind of in full control. Influence Rage all the way up in front. Fate Rewind, he gets all the way to the top lane. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, I think the only way ISG are going to have a foot into this one, rather than just saying GG go next, is just making sure they're able to gain some priorities in these lanes. Just try and take some of these T1s. But there was a nice takeout here for Petroni, getting caught out a little bit too lost in the source. But again, neutral objective potentially going over to Influence Rage, where we're still yet to see either a turret or a neutral objective go for the side of ISG, which is really putting them into a sticky situation.
Yeah, a bunch of sticky situations, and they've been kind of pushed back. ISG have not really found that space that they want. Mooster's had a decent game, but here's that gold graph that we're talking about. All in favor of Influence Rage. Again, that little bit of a divot in the sense of Petroni dying there. That has kind of helped them out, but again, Influence Rage have that map control, pushing them back. ISG right now falling a little bit behind at this point. It's about 7K.
Yeah, it's clear to see that ISG are on the back ropes, right? They're literally trying to just keep a bounce, maybe just keeping them propped up in this game one of this match. But Influence Rage just so much damage and potentially forcing a fight here, trying to get onto the Fang. Okay.
Yeah, the Wind Slash a little off the mark. Raikou just zoning them away, but here's a Death Set Sunset. They're going to look to go for this one. Oh, and he gets solo, but he somehow survives. All of them are going to turn this around. Influence Rage turning this. They've gotten two thus far, Muster and Ezreal, and now they're pushing the mid lane, and that was a bit of a disaster as, you know, Muster went in, but the rest of the squad wasn't there to help back him up.
No, that was a miracle play by Bilal there. He really dictated how he wanted that team fight to go, just completely negating that engage from the side of ISG. At the Crystal and at the base, they are putting some really big amounts of pressure.
Oh, so much pressure, and they're just forcing it down. They're just going to win this game. They're going to take game one. Influence Rage, just push it out. They're like, hey, you can't come at me. We are too tanky. We're going to be up in front, and we're going to take the base, and it's just like, business as usual. We're just going to move on. We got this game.
Hey, we were talking about that maybe this would be a close 2-1, but if Influence Rage maintain this ferocity, it could be a 2-0 for them in day 2.
Yeah, I love the strategy, the change up that they had. Again, just really focusing it down, prioritizing on Ezreal, just making sure that he had a bad game just by taking his enemy jungle. He had really nowhere to farm, and he fell off pretty hard. So again, this is where Raikou was like, okay, I'm the far superior jungle. Let's go. We know what to do. But again, if we're going to talk about day 1, you know, Influence Rage did win game 1. Might be the same thing. Well, your thoughts on Blam? Can they come back? Osiris, that is.
Well, I mean, game 1 was a lot more closer for yesterday's match between these two teams, and then obviously game 2 went the full country yard there. They went all the way to the Tempest Dragon, and then obviously game 3 was a little bit more into the side of the favor of ISG, but this time around, they are showing that they are here to play and here to secure that spot for the Brazilian region. Influence Rage. Just looking across the board, that triple tank meta, the burst rage, burst damage coming from Petroni and Cozy really implemented such a great roster on the side of Influence Rage.
Yeah, I mean, the KDA is not too impressive at this point, but again, it was just all about those objectives, doing the damage that you needed to have done with Cozy. I mean, he had 65k. He was zoning them away. ISG really could not really take too many of the fights because Cozy had done so much that the team was already defensive and they had to just go back and heal. They couldn't really take the fight to them, and they couldn't really get onto Cozy and Petroni throughout, who were, you know, doing quite a lot of damage and being up front, of course.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the high now, right? Taking 37.5% damage, as more damage than the Zhang Fei took overall. So, again, just really showing a testament to this triple tank meta. Sometimes it won't work unless you are able to control the early game, but that's the one thing we know about Influence Rage, right? They're able to control the early game, and they're able to continue that control. They never take the foot off the gas, and you're going to see that here in the highlights.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is the big dive in the bottom, and it looks like they were trying to defend, but, you know, they're trying to go, and it looks like Influence Rage had the numbers. Even under the tower, they were really not scared. They do get the ace after this one. They pick off everyone. I mean, that was a huge tipping point for them, and to get, again, in that driver's seat, Influence Rage, just really with a good team fight there.
Yeah, huge team fight to begin with. We thought that Muster was going to come out on top of that. We were able to get more than a double kill, but hey, he tried his best. Muster really worked it into that with the Death on Sunset coming through, able to clean a double kill from what was already a shocking team fight for their side. But Cozy there, like you said, Hauler, great zoning, really showing why he deserved MVP in game 1.
Yeah, 205, 65,000 damage, essentially. I mean, this is a guy that was just really started the fight where, you know, he made everybody bleed. And again, just made Influence Rage really not want to take any sort of fight because they had started this. And again, it just comes back to the Lady Jean. Always a power hero, especially in that mid lane. Definitely top tier. You got to respect him. And, you know, I would say Cozy, very apt at the hero and super scary to deal with.
Yeah, I think looking back retrospectively, maybe they could have drafted the Angela onto the side of ISG. But for now, that's what they've got to think about in this short break between Game 1 and Game 2. Can ISG bounce back like yesterday? Stay in the chat to find out soon.
Liu Bang doesn't have any strongly held beliefs beyond safeguarding his own interests, but when it comes to that, he'll spare no effort. This is his passive skill, which automatically grants him a stack of mark every second. At a certain number of marks, he gains an enhanced basic attack. This is his main damage skill. It enables a shield that deals damage to nearby enemies either when it expires or when he manually disables it. His skill 2 provides movement and crowd control, letting him charge forward to damage and stun enemies in his path. Liu Bang's ultimate is a teleportation skill. It provides the selected teammate with a shield and after a short delay, teleports him to the teammate, restoring health to teammates within range. Upon arriving, Liu Bang also gains an extra movement speed bonus. Notably, the longer he channels for, the stronger the shield and the greater the magical damage dealt by the teleportation. This combo is great for protecting teammates that are being overwhelmed. First, select a teammate to provide them with a shield. As he starts channeling his ultimate, activate skill 1 and wait for the channeling to finish, or tap the ultimate again to teleport. Then, use skill 2 to dash and stun enemies, followed by stage 2 of skill 1 and an enhanced basic attack to deal burst damage. This combo is mainly used to protect your team's carry. It utilizes the ultimate shield and magical damage to help teammates block fatal damage and gives them an opportunity to counterattack. Note that stage 2 of the ultimate can be used flexibly depending on the situation of the battle, though it is most often used to provide emergency support or to retreat from combat. At the start of a match, Liu Bang can choose to clear his lane with skill 1. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can clear the clash lane first, then teleport to teammates to help them. Since his ultimate lets him travel fast, he can take the time to clear minion waves before teleporting to a teammate. This puts pressure on the enemy in the lane, while at the same time, building a numerical advantage in teamfights. He can also let teammates initiate fights and use his ultimate to provide them a shield, then jump in to absorb damage and take out enemies with help from the carry. If he's facing an enemy who is stronger but doesn't have any crowd control skills, he can use his ultimate to instantly teleport to easily flee the danger. Liu Bang should focus on leveling up during the early game. After unlocking his ultimate at level 4, he can keep using it to reach teammates and help them build an advantage. During the mid to late game, once he has enough defense and damage, he can mainly focus on laning and teleport into team fights to protect the carry and take out unsuspecting enemies.
There, pull out the root of the problem. What's a conscience? A kind of snack? Why duel someone when you can gang up on them in a valley?
Influence Rage take game 1 against Osiris in an almost clinical game, I would say. Blam, your thoughts on that first one?
Yeah, it was a bit hard for the Nazir to actually come back when you're playing from the back foot, right? When that's being starved in the jungle from the triple smite and also the triple tank meta that Influence Rage had. They were just able to clean up those Crimson Golems. A lot of damage was already being missed on the side of ISG, and it was all going over to Petroni, right? Even though Petroni got caught out a lot of it, it was just all down to that burst damage. We saw it multiple times. He had both of the buffs going for him, whether it's because he took out the Zer or he's able to actually just steal the buffs from the side of ISG, but they really just pinned them down right to the higher ground turrets, which when you're at that point, it's hard to come back from, especially in such a match that's at a short duration, right? Like an 8-minute match would be a lot harder to come back when you're at the higher ground turrets than it would be at maybe like a 17 or 18-minute game.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, Influence Rage, I the biggest difference I saw is that this is a team that came prepared. They came prepared. They understood a new strategy. They really focused on Israel, made sure that he had a bad game, and just came out angry. This is what we wanted to have seen. And it was just like, they were so business-like, right? They went in, they were serious. They knew what they have to have done. They did it. They played it to a T, and they just pulled out the victory. That was a huge win for Influence Rage.
Yeah, do you reckon there was some aggressive breathing over that, all that anger? As like, no, like,
Yeah.
No,
I'm
no,
pretty
no
sure.
calm, no blessing, just absolute unrelenting breathing.
Yeah. My advice is don't breathe. Yeah, just go in. Just continuing on from yesterday. Just get angry and just go after them. And really, Influence Rage lived up to their name of just being like this rage-filled team because they were super angry.
Yeah, breathing so sporadically, all they saw was red mist, which really just means they influenced the rage that they needed. But yeah, looking at the BP here right now, they do ban out the Ming for the second game and also the Marco Polo, but it means that the Dolia and the Chow are coming through for Influence Rage. Quite a scary first 2 picks for the side of Influence.
Okay. Definitely scary, Dachiao and the Dolia, of course. But then in response, you have the Ogren and the Moats, which kind of sets them up. I think that's a great counter pick to this one. Already very highly contested picks. And of course, the strategies are being shown, especially with the Dachiao there. Influence Rage picks up the Elaine to kind of round off this first phase of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the double deaths on Sunset yesterday on the side of Influence Rage, and it went a lot better than it did for ISG, unfortunately. But if you look at the Hugh Huan and the Orgrim pick, I mean, those first 2 picks are a great flexibility, right? Because the Hugh Huan could be jungle, could be mid lane, or the Orgrim could be jungle, or could be Clash.
Yeah, and I like that, right? Either of the two can play depending on which. But again, I prefer the Yuan in the jungle, and I like the Ogren in the Clash lane. I feel like they tend to be a little bit more powerful, especially like in the early game. Obviously, late game doesn't really matter, but I feel like there's more of an impact, so to speak. But ISG, again, the world is their oyster. It really comes back to Influence Rage. How do what heroes do they pick, and what is the matchup that they're looking for?
Yeah, I think if ISG don't ban out the Kaiser, it's going to be trouble for them, right? Because we saw that they banned the Influence Rage banned the Kaiser from game 1, and having that Dolia and having the Kaiser as well. We've seen Raikou plenty of times on the Kaiser, and then giving that double invincible warrior will be huge. And they don't ban it.
Would be. Yeah, they don't ban it. I mean, look, it could be potentially used. I mean, it kind of helps this with the Ogren, but again, we don't really know where or what direction they want to further go. I think that having some sort of way to slow the Ogren in some way or keep them kited away, I think is going to be important for Influence Rage. But the Yuan and of course the Ogren, those are the two that you need to deal with, and it looks like they're going to respond with the Menki here.
Yeah, so double dream roll from the Monkey is going to be pretty huge for them, right? I mean, we saw it yesterday as well for, I believe it was Influence Rage. The dream rolls coming through, landing onto single targets was great CC. A lot of damage as well, being able to soak up the damage for the side of Influence Rage. And then obviously you're going to have the utility of the Chow as well, right? Being able to respawn and then either whirlpool back in, huge.
Yeah, it would be huge, right? And I think it's really going to come back to, you know, how the split pushing happens on Influence Rage when those whirlpools, as you rightly pointed out, when the team fights can kind of come in. But if we're looking at the lineup thus far, one thing I'm kind of seeing is lacking on the Influence Rage side is that they don't really have as much damage as I would like. They have the control and everything else, but it just doesn't really, like, they need somebody who just like blows people up and just has that damage.
Yeah, I mean, Lung being taken off the cards, Ali as well, Fang being taken on the side of ISG. You can imagine that maybe Petroni will go for something like the Lady Sun maybe, or even the Ho Yi to have that double Blazing Sun arrow, be able to just take those plays from across the map, right? So it's really hard what they're going into. There's not been left much on the actual cards for themselves, with the Marco Polo be taken off by themselves in the early first parts of the ban. So I can imagine it's only going to be either the Ho Yi, yep, or the Lady Sun, and they go for the Ho Yi.
Yeah, okay. Look at this. If we're looking at the Osiris lineup, right? Yuan and the Ogron were first two, and we were kind of like, oh, is it Clash? Is it going to be jungle? Like mid, whatever, all these things. But they get the last pick, Charlotte, to kind of, again, just be up front, being that who's able to dive in. It's going to be super tough right now for Influence Rage to keep the Ho Yi, the Dahlia, the Dachiao, all of these heroes, which are really on the squishier side, alive because they have options, right? In the sense of Osiris are able to get on top of you. This is a good draft, I would say, for Osiris.
Oh, it's better than game one, right? I mean, I think anything was better than game one after that triple tank meta and the Nazir that was playing on the back foot against the triple smite as well, whether it be a mistake or it was actually meant to be for the side of Influence Rage. But right now, going into game 2, ISG have a lot riding on their side.
Yeah, a lot riding on this one, but my gosh, I mean, I like, it's a good draft, but the more and more I see it, the more I like it. I really like this Osiris draft. I think that they have a lot of potential. They're putting the players on the right heroes that kind of accelerates them even more. Like Ezreal on this Ogryn, I think is going to have a much better game. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for Influence Rage to kind of invade because just by the sheer power of the Ogryn, that is.
Yeah, I mean, the Ogryn can get caught out by those blazing sun arrows, though, right? Like, if you're not expecting it and it just lands, and then you've got Menki just completely dream rolling on top of you, and then the Death on Sunset as well, it really just kind of stops the Ogryn from the word go, right? And then you've also got Fang, again, doesn't have as much rage, he's able to get in and out, but dealing a lot of damage over time. He's able to here, a little bit of a trade in the mid lane.
Yeah, it took a decent amount of damage. Ezreal just ate a Koi Tide and Severing Surge right to the face, got knocked up. He was just, again, it looks like ISG right now are going to just kind of funnel as much farm onto Ezreal as possible. He is your win condition. He's going to carry you throughout. But, you know, again, I think ISG doing a good job. I think that that's what you want. Because, again, last game, Ezreal didn't have a good job. You couldn't really support him. You couldn't get him the farm. I'm sure he was a little frustrated. And he let the teams know going into that break. And I think that this is the time where, again, Ezreal can really shine with that farm.
Yeah, I think a bit of the comeback mechanic for the side of ISG, right, is the combo of the Cannon Blast, but then also Fang. Fang's able to roll in once that Cannon Blast hits. They're already CC'd, and then there's going to be a lot of damage going over to their side there. Monkey into the top lane. A lot of damage coming from Muster right now. The Conductor of Souls does come through from Cozy. Able to get out there with the Either Whirlpool. And then we see that a lane comes through as well. A little bit too late, I think, there for Influence Rage.
No, actually, it was perfectly done, right? Cozy just Sea of Tiding out of there. He knew he was in a bad spot. He kept himself alive just because of that. And then he put the Whirlpool just to kind of help everybody get back into position. They weren't really going to go for the team fight. It was just more of a repositioning one to just save time, getting back into the lane. A smart play by Influence Rage as they don't lose a beat.
Okay, I'll concede that point, Hola. I'll concede that point. But right now, we're seeing that the goal difference is pretty much neck and neck right between these two teams, which is already showing a little bit more promise for the side of ISG.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, again, we knew that these two teams were going to be very strong. That early game was going to be hotly contested. It was going to be going just, you know, very, again, like a tie game going into this one. But Influence Rage had a huge, like a pocket strat that was built specifically to beat Osiris. This is a little bit more of a conventional draft, and so that's kind of why they're playing a little bit more stock standard, and I think Osiris are aware of this. They don't have to defend their jungle at all points. Ezreal can get some sort of farm, so it's one of those things where they're, you know, again, playing a more normal game. Osiris understand how to respond to this.
Oh, absolutely. The fact that they don't have their triple tank meta, right? They're not able to just rock up into the enemy jungle and just take any of those buffs that they wish they can. But right now, the Cannon Blast is actually being quite an impressive tool for the side of ISG. Charlotte may get caught out here into the clash lane as we see the three-man rotation from the side of Influence Rage. The neutral objectives are up in about 16 seconds.
Yeah, Capek's doing a good job on the moats, just as you rightly mentioned with the Cannon Blast. And that's what you want to do. You just want to be super annoying. It's one of those things where, you know, Influence Rage, Petroni wants to just free farm. He doesn't want to be Cannon Blast in the face. He doesn't want to be stunned. He knows when he's going to go for those last hits. He wants to continue on. And again, that just pushes him back, gives Wind RJ a little bit more time to continue to farm, and he's going to be a little bit more uncontested as Bilal not as great with the ranged abilities in terms of just with that Ode.
Yeah, instead of going for the Tyrant, it looks like Ogryn's decided to shift up towards the clash lane here, maybe try and get a kill onto Sony, but not right now. We're not seeing a huge rush for these neutral objectives. Now that they've got the mid priority, they may go for the Tyrant for the side of Influence Rage. Kind of see Ogryn and Charlotte going for the Overlord instead. So they definitely want the more damage, right? Especially when they've got the Ho Yi on the side of Influence Rage. They're able to secure it, and nobody takes it. The Cannon Blast looked pretty promising, though, trying to steal it, but not securing it.
Yeah, Influence Rage, I mean, a huge commitment of 4 members, especially early. Again, Petroni on the Ho Yi, getting that Tyrant buff is going to be super key for him. So they definitely needed to have forced that one in. They needed that Tyrant buff going into this one. Because again, Petroni, it helps with the farm. It just helps push along. And that's kind of what you want. You want to give Petroni the chance to really shine with all of that damage as he pushes it through. But again, we haven't seen too many Burning Sun arrows from Petroni, and I think he's just waiting for the right time.
He's literally charging at that Blazing Sun arrow, right? He's just, he's been very conservative with it. He doesn't want to drop them willy-nilly. There we go, as we sort of called it. Coach Hauler comes through, but it is going to be a miss from downtown, unfortunately.
All right, well, when I made the call, it looks like Osiris had heard the call as well, and they're like, everybody alert, alert, red alert. And so they ended up dodging it.
Yeah, it's like, they're clearly witnessing to the fact that I haven't dropped one yet. That's no good, that's no good. I need to do it. Just cracked under pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, the first one was used at level 8. If I was Petroni on the Hoyu, I would have definitely shot it right when I got it at level 4. I would have pushed it along and just tried to fish for things.
As soon as you get it, hey, just faith and dreams, baby, faith and dreams, and just literally launch the first ultimate as soon as you get it. I like the cowboy attitude of the Hoyu. Yeah, but okay, we're getting maybe a T1 takedown as well, so nobody dying, but a T1 getting traded.
Yeah, Influence Rage doing a good job with just the structures. And they're not about all the kills. They play a very strategic game. And again, going for those structures, super key, starting it off, but they're a little bit behind, but not the worst thing in the world, especially since Raikou is doing a great job with his net worth. He's finding farm across the map, and he's definitely been able to fortify each of the different lanes as well.
Yeah, I mean, considering, right, the Influence Rage, you could kind of make a case for them having a little bit more of an influence on the Gorge, forget their better word, but you can kind of see that the goal difference is really reflecting that. It's slowly in the head, or if not equalized on both of these teams right now. It's very neck and neck. The Blazing Sun Arrow does connect onto Motsu. Are they able to claim a little bit more? No. Not able to gain that speed from the Monkey or the Chow.
Yeah, and the Burning Sun Arrow is one of those things where it's like, yeah, I can hit it, and I mean, if he's closer to me, I can hit it. It's much easier to do, but then the stun is a lot less. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like, I want that long stun, but I want to be in his face, so it's kind of like conflicting, right? But in the top lane?
Yeah. Yes, in the top lane, a little bit of aggression there. We do see the Orgrin's using all that he can to kind of do the damage early on. The path for passing does come through there, tries to gain access to the Crimson Golem, but the Death on Sunset goes into the backline onto McGinty, but now it's going to be a 5-on-1 into the lane. The Celestial Blessing does come through to save Sony for now. Still the Dream Roll, yes, lands onto Muster as well. I thought they was going to just leave it there, but now that Petroni's coming in, it's like, hey, Mr. Big Guns with the bow and arrows coming through. I think we should just leave right now while we've still got some life.
Okay, Mengichi just playing with his food almost, right? Where Sony went in with the Death at Sunset, he was being completely focused, but he just like drops the Unending Sorrow. He's going to dodge all of that. But luckily, of course, there's Bilal with the Celestial Melody, giving him that second one, and Sony does get out of there. A good fight, and you're seeing just how mechanically skilled both teams are.
Yeah, but they're leaving Petroni in the corner, right? Nobody puts Baby in the corner and gets away with the consequences. And right now, they're going for a bit of a macro into the bot lane, but no, we do see the Death on Sunset twice come through from Sony once more. Cannon Blast really saving the day there, putting a lot of pressure onto the Orgrin. Orgrin gets the first kill onto Sony right now, and there we are. Capo looking pretty low. Monkey comes through, gets a 1-1 trade for Influence Rage, keeping that gold differential at a standstill.
Yeah, Catbox with a nice think inside the box, really setting it up and locking Sony down, right? Yes, he has the Death at Sunset, but Catbox is just like, you know, like foaming at the mouth. He's just waiting for him to just get on out of this one and to drop in so that he can get that think inside the box. Nice Burning Sun Arrow.
Yes, it came through, but yet again, at such a short range, their stun is so low on that one. Whereas if that came from downtown, boy, he'd still be standing there if he's not dead.
Yeah, but again, who else is going to do the damage, right? It's coming back to the draft where Petroni, there's a lot of pressure on him to be doing all that damage. So he can't be really doing the setup. I think you need Renki to kind of get that Dream Roam, set everybody up, launch him up, but in the bottom lane.
Speaking of launch up, someone got launched up and it was Fang in the bot lane, and you can see what he was trying to do there. He gets the macro, gets the T1, so a valiant death. It was definitely secured, but there we go. The Blazing Sun Arrow does connect onto Menginchi. He's able to get out there with the Undying Sorrow, but still gets defeated by Monkey coming through into the backline there. The Either Whirlpool does come through so that Elaine, Sunny is able to come back in just in case they want to go for a second rush. But setting up this mid lane here, they could potentially go for T1. They're going to quickly switch their direction and go for the neutral objective.
Mengichi actually didn't have the Unending Sorrow at that point. He had just been caught out. The bad, like a little bit of a awkward positioning. I would dare I say bad positioning, and he got caught out, right? And you got to be super careful. If you don't have your ult, you need to understand where you are at all moments, because you can be one of the squishier on the squishier side, and you can get blown up. So you got to be careful. Influence Rage right now definitely in the driver's seat with a 2K net worth lead.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great, like, multi-factor objective going on right there. They was going for the neutral objective. They had the minions in the mid lane, taking the T1. And then you also had Sony up into the Clash lane, just making sure nothing was going to take that T1 for themselves. So, again, still secure in that Clash lane. It's literally holding on by the skin of its teeth for now.
For now, but it looks like Influence Rage are gonna just kind of, they're posturing for this Overlord. More than anything else, they're looking to just zone them away. I don't think Ezreal is actually gonna continue to fight for this one, as he's getting gone on.
Oh, okay, Conductor Souls comes through to try and save the Ogre, but Patroni finally coming in with that damage. Now that he has the Shadow Tyrant buff as well. We are looking for a T2 into the mid lane. It is taken down. There we go. Another turret into the Clash lane, taken down by the side of Influence Rage. Really gaining that control onto the Gorge right now. Raikou into the thick of it within that higher ground turret, but they are just doing it to sway the direction from that higher ground into the Clash lane. They are taking a lot within that team fight.
Oh, Osiris losing Ezreal. There could not have been a worse player to have died at that point. The fact that, you know, he was down, they had no way to defend. They lost the T3, and all because Ezreal was up front, he got caught out. Influence Rage, we're talking about, you know, where are they going to do the damage? But they had so much of a, you know, the stun lockdown, and they were comboing well with one another that it just made it easy. Patroni had the damage because, again, the setup was great for them.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like you said there, the worst person to fall out that entire interaction was Ezreal, because he's just the tank of the team, right? He's able to sustain the damage, able to deal the damage, but then also regain that damage as well. Influence Rage surprisingly didn't go for the Overlord whilst they had all that downtime into the actual crystal of the side of ISG. But there we go, Blazing Sun Arrow comes through once more. He's going to be the ultimatum between taking down the higher Algren as well. Q1 goes down also, so Mengichi is not going to have the sustainability for the side of ISG. We see a Wind RG on the run with the Fang going into the T1, looking to just die to the Monkey as well. That is a 3-0 trade for Influence Rage. A completely different team we saw to yesterday.
Yeah, Raikou there flexing on that one. He's like, cool guys don't look at explosions. He ended up just getting the kill on the Wind RJ, just walked around, but continuing on.
Yeah, another Blazing Sun Arrow from close distance, but hey, it's all about that hit rate, right? And there we go, Monkey hit rate with the bubbles being super effective. They don't have any minions just yet into the crystal boundary, but they're just taking some blows here and there. Muster goes down onto the Charlotte once more, still taking the fight at the crystal, even though they don't have any minions. Now they rock through, just like a quick Amazon Prime delivery. They are coming in at the right time. We see the Influence Rage slapping the desk, getting that 2-0, like, hey, that was our game yesterday. Look at them go.
Look at the fire. Look at the passion. And look at them waving and calling them out.
Oh
Absolute clinical game. And this is what we wanted to see. We wanted to see that fire, right? And they were able to do it. Influence Rage, strike back, have an amazing day too. That's what you needed to have done. You've changed things up. The 3 teams in this America play-in, now you're in the driver's seat. You're in a great spot as Influence Rage.
Damn, that was like, the fact that they was waving at them, that was just pure violation. It was just like, yeah, see you later, mates. No rematch for you, boys. It was just like, oh my gosh. That was beautiful, though. Absolutely beautifully done by Influence Rage, especially from the champions of the Open Series, right? We expected a lot from them from day one. They kind of delivered, they kind of didn't with that 2-1 loss. But now they come through in day 2 and just like, hey, you're in trouble.
Yeah, you're definitely in trouble, right? And I don't know if Osiris right now, I mean, they traded, but it was a 2-0 here and a 2-1 in favor of Osiris there. Tiebreaker-wise, Influence Rage right now on top. It's all going to come down to that last series, but I'm getting ahead of myself. This game right now, Raikou, in my opinion, was the MVP. He was 4-0-3, completely set up all the fights, so tanky and far superior to the farm of what Ezreal was doing, who actually fell behind.
Yeah, I think it could either go for Raikou or Cozy at this point, right? Because we saw a lot of oppression coming from that Dachau pick, especially with the aid of the Eye of the Whirlpool, just trying to get Sony out of the team fights, back into the team fights. Patroni not losing a single life within that one as well, which was huge. Blazing Sun Arrows, a little bit underwhelming, but they did their job, especially at locking down the Orgren, right?
Yeah, and I want to say that was the biggest thing, right? Ezreal was up front, but he's usually like, yeah, it's just path of passing out of this one. But the stun was just enough. Yes, it was a little on the shorter end, but it just set it up, right? Once you had that Burning Sun arrow, then the rest of them, the Dream Roams and the Koi Ties and the Seven, all of these other ones just kind of combo on top of you. And Ezreal, he either wants to be fighting and doing all his damage and just out healing most of it, but he was not able to do that because he was just constantly being stun locked.
Yeah, it's the only problem when you're Orgrin, right? That CC is your biggest weakness. But you can kind of see here with the gold graph, right? That was very back and forth for the majority of the match. It was only because of the times where they was able to take Orgrin out of those team fights. And it was not like they took aces after the team fights with Orgrin gone. It was just like, hey, we'll take Orgrin down and we'll get some little objectives here and there. And that's exactly what you need to do in Honor of Kings. And I think this is what some of the teams within the West need to realize, right? It's not all about taking the aces within those team fights. It's taking out those core parts of that enemy draft and then doing something positive with it.
Yeah, and I mean, it always started with one pickoff. Look at Ezreal up front; he gets picked off. Then Osiris not able to fight out this. Osiris right now, if you look at where they're going back, they're retreating, and you know, Influence Rage right now, just up front, just being this super tanky lineup that nobody can really get into the heart of the enemy team and do some actual damage, and they're just getting completely controlled. Influence Rage clearly on top, and MVP of this one gonna be Petroni. 204, 73,000 damage. I want to know how much time he had everybody on stun lock because he was hitting his Burning Sun arrows too.
I told you, it's all about the hit rate. It's not about the duration, it's that hit rate. So we were both wrong on the MVP pick, but Petroni was turning that path of passing into a toll road, and Orgrin didn't have any cash on hand, so he was like, hey, I'm not going to let you able to pass on that path of passing, unfortunately, dude. I'm going to just stun you. You're going to have to pay me later on, and they paid with the loss of that 2-0. So Influence Rage able to take the 2-0 means that they are the winners this far, but there is still one more game to have, the pride of second place.
Yeah, pride of second place, but again, I think it's really going to come back to just, you know, unfortunately for them, we're going to have to see what happens in this third one. Tribe Gaming and Osiris, that one's going to be coming up, but first, we're going to take a little bit of a break.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways. tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your ways.
the meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle of 4 once again, and here comes the Infinite Vastness aggressively, and at this point it is a 1-by-1 they fall.
Duel of death. He kills Kakarot right away. He wants to go for more. He's chasing after them with the
Nine Novas jumps in once again, will not survive the fight. A Vanguard, Suits, they fall, and his influence rage. So okay, caught in the middle of 4. 5 is all of Fearless Esports, and they get what they want. Snow caught in the middle.
Side of Chaos, and down goes a John Face. So there is the backbone. We could still see a steal here. Who's it going to go over to? It does go over to the side.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Championship 2024 America's Play-In. We are in the final matchup. It's going to be Tribe Gaming going up against Osiris. The winner of this one gets to check in first at the airport. Blam, how you doing in this? How are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing fantastic if it hasn't already shown. I mean, we've been spending some time already together, Hauler, but those matches from earlier have been super fiery. But if we just look at this here, the games won between these teams means that even if ISG are able to take another game, the 2-0 from the side of Tribe Gaming, it means they're only going to be the up by two, so 6 games won and then 3 games lost, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that they have a chance at the top spot. Influence Rage after that monster performance in the second matchup of the day where they 2-0'd Osiris. I mean, they really stuck it to them and they let them know. There was a whole bunch of trash talking after that one. And Influence Rage, I mean, I'm sure they're ecstatic, but it's one of those things where it's like, whoa, settle down. Let's show a little bit of sportsmanship going into this one because they were very feisty.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the biggest upset of the day, right? That is definitely the biggest upset of the day because we were even saying going into this whole stream that was like, hey, a lot's riding on that second match of the day, whether it ends in a 2-1. That means there's going to be a rematch. But hey, Osiris Gaming here for the last game within the play-ins. It is Muster, Azriel, Miguichi. We have WinRG and Capox in the roster looking to fight it out for another best of 3.
Yeah, and I mean, this is one of those things where, it's all about the experience, playing it out, even, going at Tribe Gaming. I think that they're going to be a little on the downside, but it's still one of those things where, hey, you're a professional in this one. Let's continue to play strong and build off of that momentum going in and not take a nap like that guy was.
Hey, why not? You gotta have that little sleep, right? It's not the drunken fists kind of combat style. Just have a little bit of sleep, get that regen, go back in. But speaking of going back in, here is Tribe Games roster for the last time within the play-ins as well. We have MTS, Marley, Startin, Arakizaro, and Charm looking to try and get some kind of victory on the board for themselves so they don't finish on a 0-8 record.
Yeah, for sure. They just, start slow, get that first win, get something going, right? They've tried things out. They've had some decent early starts to games, but then they kind of struggle trying to come back. They haven't been able to find the right formula, especially against the other teams like Osiris and Influence Rage. So they've kind of struggled in that front. But again, it's about the learnings. It's about getting better for the long term.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen a steady improvement for Tribe Gaming, but when you're in such only a 2-day thing with the matter of 8 games for you in total, it's not the kind of time where you want to have a slow improvement, right? You want to be bringing your best. You want to be learning as much as possible from every game in this play-ins. And right now, the last opponent is Osiris Gaming, so have just taken a beating from Influence Rage. So let's see how Osiris comes back. Is it going to be with vengeance, or are they just going to be like, hey, let's have some fun?
Well, it looks like they can have a little bit of both, right? They can have some fun and they can get a little bit of vengeance. This Mai in the mid lane is going to be super, super high flying. We expect nothing but the best from Mingichi on this one. I think he's going to be a little angry, and he's probably going to want to take the fight to the enemy team here.
Potentially, right? I mean, he's probably going to be dictating a lot of those fights. And like we said before, when Mai Shiranui comes through, the only thing you can really do to sort of stunt her aggressiveness is making sure you can kind of deny her into your team, right? So the likes of the Motsu coming through, Orgren, again, can deal a lot of damage, but it's all about the CC and the burst damage when it comes to the Orgren. And the CC coming through once more for ISG is the Ali, and they have that counter engage pick, the Sunbin.
Yeah, it's going to help. Again, we talked about it earlier today, but again, you know, it's all about the time flux, getting out when you need to, when the Ogren decides to run at you, even with Path of Passing, even with your cheats, so to speak, getting over the terrain. It's going to really help you out and dictate how you deal with it. But the DRNG going to be picked up by Tribe Gaming. That's going to be a nice little counter, or they're looking for it, at least in the laning phase. That's going to help them out, but I think it sets up nicely with that moats.
Yeah, I think it's the first time we've actually seen Tribe Gaming pick up the DRNG, to be honest. They've always been about the Lady Sun, the Ali, the Lung, when they can able to pick it up. But, hey, Lung's not even been banned this time around, and they decided to go for the DRNG. So a little bit of a weird one there. The first time we've seen Lung not banned and not picked up once.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great opportunity. Again, maybe they're just changing it out. I think Osiris right now, we're more just like, hey, we're going to take the Arlie away. We feel like, you know, Iraqi Zoro plays it quite a lot, and they try to focus on it. So it's one of those things where it's like, hey, if we're not going to ban it, we'll just pick it, and then we'll potentially look to outplay them with it.
Yeah, the ban of the Musashi makes sense, right? Again, a big counter to the Orgren, a big lockdown mechanic as well. And then over to the side of ISG, they ban out the Dharma. And a lane being banned as well means that the Clash lane becomes a even slimmer hero pool. So you have the likes of the Byron still up. Will we see MTS pick up the Guan Yu? No, he goes for the Byron. So, hey, I shouldn't have guessed myself. Byron coming through.
It's a nice little compliment here. I mean, it's good. I think it's definitely something that you want in that top lane. Tribe Gaming just want to run at you, and it helps out with Ogren. I think, you know, that and the moats to kind of set up with Cannon Blast. It's going to be super interesting how they do it. Again, I always feel like Tribe Gaming go in with good drafts. I never have an issue with that. It's more of the execution part where they're kind of not on the same page as maybe some of the other teams here.
Yeah, I mean, drafting something is the first part, right? And then making sure you execute it is probably the 85% of it, right? So draft 15, 85% making sure you can get it to work on the Gorge. ISG go for one of Musta's biggest picks in the Clash lane, and it is the Mulan. So again, great slow potential, great way to be able to like duck and weave into the fights, right? As you change your weapons, you go from the blade to the 2 daggers. There's a lot of potential, a lot of high frames for Mulan.
Yeah, and I mean, do you think that the matchup is all right where you last pick it going up against the Byron though? Or like, are you that comfortable with it?
On Muster? Yeah, absolutely. On Muster, absolutely. After seeing his performance from Season 1, the shadow of a doubt. But the Lady Chen as well, maybe able to last all the way to right to the end. And Lady Chen then getting picked up in that mid lane. So they lock it in. Again, great use of Destructive Deluge going into what could be a counter engage mechanic as well, especially for the likes of the Mai Shiranui. They've just got to make sure they place it right and don't place it too early.
Yeah, it's going to be super important. But, I mean, it's funny that they last picked the Lady Jeanne. Again, I love the Lady Jeanne. I mean, maybe not the greatest against the Mai, assuming that Mengichi just is looking to blow you up. But I think it has a lot of play, right? You have the Augur and the Byron and Cannon Blast from moats to kind of cover your tracks a little bit. But, again, you just play a little bit safer, and you can do a bunch of damage on the Lady Jeanne.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's all down to this. Are they going to be having a bit more fun or a lot of rage from that game that they lost just against Influence Rage? Already taking blows is Minguchi taking the shot onto starting right now. So a lot of blows trading across already pre 1 minute.
Yeah, and to be honest, Osiris, I think are more down than anything else. I don't think that they're super angry. Like you saw them going in just kind of in the draft phase where they're kind of like on the sadder side. I mean, it's got to be a little downside because again, this series there's really not too much at stake, so to speak. It's all about just kind of bragging rights and kind of padding the stats as you maybe look for sponsors in the future and that kind of thing, right? So it is important. I do think that you need to finish strong though.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there was a lot riding on that last series, right? And like you said, now going into this one, a little bit of deflation, but like you want to do, you want to go in true style and true competitive fashion. Just making sure you claim that second place, right? Just deny your enemy of actually getting any win on the board. I mean, that's still an impressive right? Like just being the third place, didn't get a single win, and it's because of these two teams just being so good at what they can do.
Yeah. I mean, these teams still top tier, right? Like they're still kind of also learning to get in, learning Honor of Kings and trying to get to that next level. We've seen them time and time again. Like these are teams that they're no strangers to the Honor of King esports scene. But again, it's just one of those things where, unfortunately, you were not at your best. You were not able to take it out. And it looks like really these open series champs, I mean, just moving forward, we're seeing a lot of good teams just kind of come out of these things.
I mean, when you got a team like Influence Rage that managed to gain third ranking in the last Chuck BI, it really puts weight behind the team, right? I mean, this has been a team that's not always been under Influence Rage. They've been under the organization of Fluxo, and Fluxo have exposure all the way back to KIC. So again, a lot of experience from the team just by themselves as players, and then also being able to rank themselves as third in the last Chuck BR tournament, only losing out to Loops towards the end there is pretty huge for a team, right? And it's a huge standard that's going into the next tournament, which was the Open Series. They had to prove themselves, and then going into the play-ins was the last part they had until they get to the KC 2024, which VKS won't be at because it is, I believe, who was the winner of the Brazil one? I think it was Alpha 7. So again, two Brazilian teams, a little bit different to what we've been seeing in the global tournament so far. Alpha 7 and Influence Rage both taking the stage for Brazil's region to represent them and hopefully do a better job of what their previous predecessors have done.
Yeah, and a lot of props to them for making it. Brazil has some great teams, definitely top tier, and I mean they're competing with the Malaysians as well and the Chinese squads. So they're making a name for themselves. They definitely have the experience and they have the competition, right? Which is actually very important because the competition makes the other team stronger, and you're kind of seeing Influence Rage just kind of like survive in that region and get themselves because of the fact that they have competed against the top teams.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Brazil as a region before Global even started, right, was already a pretty promising region, but now they've been starting to be exposed to teams like Malaysia teams, and then obviously some teams that have some KGL players in the roster as well. It's only going to strengthen the actual experience and the talent of the Brazilian teams. But First Blood is going to go over to Tribe Gaming. It's a little bit of a trade down into the bot lane. Didn't quite witness that one there. Azurba should really get a replay for us in a moment. But again, some been trading it out for the DRNG, but then also we saw Charm get a kill onto WinRG.
Yeah, and here it looks like here's the replay, the one that you've requested. It looks like Mengiche makes the nice rotation, but it looks like WinRG was actually the first to fall. Unfortunate for him, but Araki Zero did get killed in return. So farm laner for a farm laner, not the worst thing in the world.
Yep, doesn't make anyone blind. It just kind of negates that gold lead, right? But speaking of gold leads, Tribe are ahead ever so slightly right now. So there is definitely a little bit of a better play style coming from Tribe Gaming here. MTS getting a 1v1 from Muster as well. The CC immunity comes through. Doesn't land the ultimate just yet. But there we go. Marley coming in with a flank. It makes it a 2v2. Now that McGinty's into it, dealing a lot of burst onto MTS, forcing them away. So there's going to be nobody falling right now on either team.
Yeah, Mali was with a good gank attempt. It was, valiant in that regard. But Mangiche had just rotated up as well. And this is one of those things where it's like he was trying to back up his team. But Muster, understanding the limits, committed the flash, got the dash. And with that mobility, he was able to get scot-free, stays alive, which is actually going to be quite key in this game here.
Quite Mengenki, right? Going into that one, surviving. Just another bit of a technical pause here. It seems like there is a bit of a gremlin within the headsets, it seems, today. We had none at all yesterday. A clean sweep of technical free. I suppose we are being punished for that technical free day in day one right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, sometimes that happens. Sometimes the headsets aren't really working, and that's outside of some of the players' control for sure. But they're going to get a new one. They're going to look to just quickly fix this one up, patch it up, put a little scotch tape on that headset. No, I'm just kidding. But it should be fine, and it should be working soon. But again, it's super important that all the players can hear each other. Communication is the utmost key factor in a 5-on-5 game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You need to have that communication channel be clear, and so you can give precise call outs, make sure that your team aren't going to get ganked or done over because of some kind of technical problem within the stadium. But right now, how are we feeling about both of these drafts, right? Which one is standing out to you, Hauler?
I mean, I really like how Tribe Gaming drafts. I really do. Like the drafts, they're very meta. They're very strong. There's a lot of synergy. But it usually just comes down to the play style where like they're not as well coordinated as the other teams. I don't mean to bash them, but it's just what we've seen from Tribe Gaming. I mean, they're winless for a reason. That said, I think Osiris are coming in with the Mulan isn't my favorite pick in that Clash laner. It's definitely going to be fine with Muster piloting it, but I think that there's, it's a good draft, right? And there's still meta like the Mai, the Kaiser, the Arlie, all of these ones that kind of help out. But draft alone, I just love the Ogren, right? I just think it adds too much to Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, Ogren has been pretty much one of those picks that you see Tribe always try and pick up. They don't want to give it over to the enemy, but they don't want to ban it. So they try and take it for themselves. They have, as they've progressed throughout the days, they've done a lot better on the Ogren, right? Day one, they was able to get it, didn't quite do as much as they were probably hoping for. But again, they are showing an improvement on this pick. And Marley did a fantastic performance against Influence Rage, considering all the odds were stacked against Tribe Gaming after taking a 2-0 loss from yesterday, and obviously inevitably taking a 2-0 loss from them today. But I think they had a much better run at it, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they definitely stepped up, and they've done much better, especially in the early games, right? That was not really the issue. It was just more of like, again, converting kills into towers and some sort of objectives. And that's kind of where they were lacking. Tribe Gaming didn't really seem to have, like, I liken it to chess, where you make a couple of good moves and you're up pieces, right? But you're not thinking 3 to 4 or 5 moves ahead. It's more of just like that 1 or 2 to start, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He's just trying to make sure you maintain the control from the beginning of the game, but then also keep that going for yourself on the side of Osiris Gaming. But again, it seems like the technical pause is that there's a lot of moving parts to this, right? The preamp, the headset, where does it fall? Is the little gremlin semitage in it? We don't know, but I'm sure they'll get it fixed for us pretty soon. But yeah, the Ogren pick, again, I think it's solid. It's solid. I like the Mulan from Muster. Again, huge pick. Really like it. But I really want to see how Mingichi performs on this Mai, because we've been seeing him on the Hue 1. We've been seeing him on the Princess Frost, and sometimes even the Lady Gem, right? So the Mai is definitely a different approach to the mid lane that we're not used to seeing on Mingichi.
Yeah, and Migichi's headset it seems to have been the issue. It looks like everybody's giving each other the thumbs up. They're doing one last sanity check to make sure things are good to go. But it looks like the game will be underway soon. I hope. And there we go. It looks like the game is about to start here. And, they pushed it in. Oh, actually, Migichi had actually been kicked out for a second. He's just reconnected.
Yep, reconnected, and then obviously Wind RG got taken down there. It was a bit of an unfortunate pause, right? Trying to come back on that point, like keeping that mentality that you are about. Do I get dive done? What can I do when this pause comes off? And unfortunately for the side of ISG, they weren't able to do much, but MTS taking a lot of blows there. Musta and Mengichi going in for a 2v1 rotate. You can see the Orgren's pretty preoccupied down into the mid lane there against Azrael.
Yeah, and I mean, they're neck and neck, Ezreal and Mali at this point. In terms of net worth, though, a slight advantage for Mali with 500 gold. And it looks like the teleport is going to happen. Mengichi is going to go all the way in the bottom lane. They want to fight.
They want to take a fight. I mean, it's a 4v3, right? They need to kind of try and make the most out of this, but there comes the Destructive Dislodge trying to keep away the Mai Shiranui and the Ali. They lose the T1, right? So Tribe doing a little bit of a better playstyle in terms of claiming these objectives. First turret, the earliest we've probably seen Tribe Gaming actually secure a turret.
Good early game, right? That's a good start. Yep. Again, up about 1.6K. They're doing well. That's what you wanted to have seen from Tribe Gaming. Now they're starting to do it. Getting that T1, good commitment. They had 4 members and they covered it out. Mengichi, I thought he was going to go for the teleport play to kind of help defend. No real chance. But again, that bottom T1, it converts and it turns into a Tyrant as well. So looking up for Tribe Gaming at this point.
Yep, so far so good. It's looking like a bright day. Destructive Deluge may come through here for starting. He does place it down, but able to get out. Oh, okay, just on the border. Mulan does fall there to MTS. So try picking up a 3rd kill for themselves. Maybe even a 2nd T1.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Osiris are just shaken up, right? I think that they've kind of, been so demoralized by that loss that they're kind of, it's affecting their play now because this is really not the Osiris that we've known and seen. It's a little unfortunate right now, but, more props to Tribe because not to take anything away, they're playing well. This is what we wanted to have seen from Tribe from the beginning, but they're just starting to hit their stride at this point.
Yeah, woke up a little bit too late, right? But hey, at least they're waking up and actually trying to get something out of this best of 3. And right now, they take the T1 into the bot lane, take the T1 into the Clash lane, and currently up with the gold lead as well is definitely something of an improvement for the side of Tribe Gaming. They didn't quite able to steal that Azure Golem buff, however, but I think it's giving it over and giving some real weight to their draft, right? The Tribe draft is really good. You have the Motsu with the long-range Cannon Blast with the setups. You have the DRNG able to try and escape any kind of CC on the side of Osiris Gaming, but then you also have the Byron, who's a tried and tested Clash lane pick, right? Able to do a lot of damage, able to get a really good flank, and also have a bit of second wind with his ultimate. But so far, Musta just sitting in this bush, hoping for them to try and push, but no, just giving those minions through, giving a bit of gold over to the side of ISG.
Yeah, look at Tribe Gaming right now. They're funneling themselves back to their jungle. Oh, looks like they're going to go. Cannon Blast.
Yep, Cannon Blast into the path of passing. We do see that the Invincible Warrior is procced, but a little bit too late. Byron is able to take down the Sunbin, and then the Kaiser goes down as well. So both Capo and Ezreal both fall there. Trying to stop the push into that T1 for the Clash lane. They're able to get that on the side of ISG. So two for one. T1, is that a worthy trade? Will be yet to be seen, but Mulan getting dived on at a 3v1 as well. Tribe Gaming taking more kills.
Yeah, taking more kills, just forcing it out. I mean, he was completely off guard. He must have seen that they were making a rotation into their jungle. So a Muster a little out of position at this point. Now it looks like the mid T1 is going to fall as well. And this game thus far has been all Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, a nice start for them, right? I mean, a nice start till the end, shall I say, because this is the last game of the play-ins. But the Cannon Blast coming through here from Charm is probably something they've really been missing out for the rest of the time, because I think this is the first time we've seen him on the Motsu, right? You generally don't pick it if you're going to be deciding to play on the back foot. However, when you are ahead in that early game, it's able to dictate the pace of your opponents, dictate the disengage and the counter-engage that they may have. And it's working very well right now for Tribe Gaming.
For sure, for sure. And, I mean, it's really going to come back to Charm. Oh, Invincible Warrior.
Yep, Invincible Warrior coming through. The MTS, as good as you are, you're not going to be able to take that 3-1 engage, right? Especially when you got Ali on top of you, you've got the Sunbin, you've got the Kaiser being able to soak the damage, deal the damage, make the slow, as WindRG gets in there. So MTS does fall in that farm lane. They're looking to try and push this T2 into the mid lane. So if they are able to get this, they do get the one into the clash lane. So, hey, 1 blood for a T2, potentially 2. I think that's a really good trade here for Tribe Gaming. They're looking to take it, and they do.
They do take it, but the bottom T2 is taking a little bit of damage. It's being a little bit of pressure on that one. Tribe Gaming right now, it looks like MTS is going to look to fix the bottom lane, but they also want to invade the enemy jungle. This is a different Tribe Gaming team. They're up about 4K. They have a lead, and we haven't really seen them play too often with that. So how did they play it?
I think they just keep this momentum going, right? They can't just kind of say, hey, we're winning here. We don't know why we're winning, but we can either put it down to our efforts or
we don't know why?
happening with, yeah, whether it's the efforts of what they're doing in this game or if it's ISG's just deflatedness here. But ISG are not literally waiting. They're not taking it lying down, right? They take it MTS once again, just waiting for those times to open up. They do open up that T2 into the clash lane as well. Pretty much regurgitating the play that Tribe Gaming just did onto ISG. So they're still not out for the count, right? ISG is still in this. They're down by 3k gold. They've just thought, hey, let's pull ourselves up by our socks. We still need to win this for ourselves.
Yeah, actually a really good gank there. They were all 4 of them together. They just spotted MTS out. And, you know, I mean, he had the force field suppression. He is tanky, but against 4 heroes, you're going to struggle. MTS did die on that one, did expend the flash as well. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, this is a small chink in the armor in that sense that Tribe Gaming right now are still in the, they still have a lead, but that lead is kind of dwindled a bit.
Yeah, I think the sneakerheads are taking the field here on the Gorge in this game because look, all those the crowd control boots are all coming through. They're all a bit of trendsetters. They're all taking the notes from themselves because there is a lot of CC, not just because they look fashionable, but there is a lot of CC on the Gorge this time around.
Yeah, but Iraqi Zoro got sniped out, and ISG finding like avenues of attack of how to get back in this game. This is the way. You find some pickups, you're able to push things out, make it a little bit uncomfortable, and now Tribe Gaming, how do they respond, especially with Iraqi Zoro down for another 5 or so seconds?
Yeah, I mean, Marley's doing really good in the jungle, right? He's able to have that experienced lead onto Ezreal, so I think if they're able to keep that, that's a good thing for themselves, but maybe ISG are just going to do the same tactic that Influence Rage just did to them, where they take out the Overrun first off, and then that's it. They try and take the rest of the team fight. But right now, Tribe Gaming up by 2 kills and up by 2k gold, and the lanes are definitely in their favor, right? You just got to make sure they watch out for Muster with his macro plays, looking to force that minion wave into the clash lane. Untargetable comes from starting there, procced it a little bit too early, so the Splendor is on cooldown now, so that means that the Invincible Warrior is now primed to come through. Did they get the crucial kill theft? No. Marley still gets the Tyrant, but now it's already a 1-1 trade between the two teams here. Crucial crowd control coming from the side of ISG, and there we go. Not much blood spilt, but they're able to get the Tyrant for the side of Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge one. That's the biggest piece. Top was, you know, potentially going to be pushed there. Muster had pushed that one out, and they was trying to get some sort of rotation from Tribe Gaming. They didn't fall for it. They stuck around. They got the team fight. They got the kill that they wanted, which was, again, against Muster, but Mali dying there a little on, you know, on the unfortunate side. Obviously, you don't want your Ogryn to die, but the fact that he did get the Tyrant, he did go out swinging.
Yeah, went out with a bang, right? He got that neutral objective, and that's what they came there to do. But it does mean that the Overlord is up and right for the side of ISG, because they're not going to try and take those 2 neutral objectives, especially with them being the Shadow variant and them having the debuff in the jungle right now after taking that Tyrant. They've got 28 seconds left on this Tyrant buff. Tribe Gaming, if they really want to try and close out this game 1, they've got to try and do it now, because as time ensues, that means that the itemization goes over to ISG, like the Kaiser, being able to get more tanky here. The Invincible Warrior does come through, but then you've also got the likes of the Arlie be able to come online, and the Maisha in order to get more damage as well. We see that Muster is caught down there into the farm lane looking for a push, but it's a 1v1 for now. Muster may get caught out. There's a knockup for MST, and then we do see the rotate from Iraqi Zaro, claiming the kill onto Muster.
Yeah, so you're probably wondering, why did Mustard get caught out? He was so out of position, all that. But this is the thing. When you're playing from behind, you need a split push. You need to just constantly put a little bit of pressure on that. Tribe Gaming obviously shut it down. They did get the kill. But again, it's kind of one of those things where now that bottom lane's still taking a lot of pressure. That bottom T2 has already been taken out. Now Tribe Gaming, a little on the low side. This is a little risky. As Real does have a smite if they want to go. I don't know if they do. But they
Oh, okay. So, yeah, MTS really scapegoating himself there, so they're actually able to claim the Shadow Overlord. Is that a decent trade? We are yet to see, because they do have the Shadow Vanguard. They can stop that minion wave in the mid lane, so they can't take that T1. So we'll see how Tribe Gaming do after they lose MTS, but now they gain the Shadow Overlord. A little bit of a fight here for the Crimson Golem. It does go over to the right person on ISG. It is Ali picking up that Crimson Golem, and we're already seeing right now that Windar J is doing so much damage on the Ali.
The craziest part to all of this is that Tribe Gaming have the net worth lead, but Osiris Gaming are playing like they're winning, right? They're taking the fight to them. They have map control. Even the Vanguards are pushing them away, but Osiris are actually behind. This is where Tribe Gaming is kind of like, we probably should be a little bit more aggressive. We should be pushing it out and let the Vanguards do their work. But instead, they're just kind of staying on their side of the river and not really taking advantage of the lead that they've built.
Well, it's the importance of macro, right? You can see why Muster is such a good Clash lane player. The macro awareness that he has, but then also the appearance on the map. You can kind of see that Mengichi's not kind of sitting in one spot. He's all around the spot, trying to just kind of give aid to any of these macro plays you're seeing from Mulan, and then trying to go in with and help that unfair advantage we've been seeing quite a few times where Muster's been getting caught out. And you can kind of see Mengichi already playing very close by. A nice phase check, though, however, from Charm. They're really surprising me here, Tribe Gaming. They seem to have their head on their shoulders, and they're actually playing like a proper team. But they may get caught out here. Mulan with the slash comes through. Rakizaro does fall to the invincible warrior that is Kaiser.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. He probably should not have been there. Playing, again, you got to be super careful with your positioning. Iraqi Zoro, you need to be hiding behind everybody else so that you can do the damage. Getting caught out here, this is a bad spot. This net worth lead, gone, right? Everything about it. But Mengichi, his net worth has been on the low side. Tribe Gaming have done a good job of restricting it. Mengichi has not been able to get the burst that he wants to do and just get those kills. And now it looks like they're going to be sieging this mid T1. Osiris are doing the right things in terms of trying to get back in this game.
I mean, into the Ogre, it makes sense, right? Mai Shiranori does not have the freedom into these team fights, so just using like a roaming ward is a really good thing. Getting that intel on the side of ISG has really put them from behind now into the driver's seat, only behind by 100 gold, which was a few K just a few moments ago, right? So I feel like ISG, a true testament to themselves, playing very well in terms of the knowledge of the map and the knowledge of their game, knowing that pressure comes from multiple avenues, not just one, which is what Tribe Gaming have been doing and displaying throughout the entire of the play-ins, right?
Yeah, and Tribe Gaming here, though, they're being smart, though, in terms of just kind of protecting the mid T1, right? That's been the crux of their issues, where they kind of let that T1 die, and it just opens up so much of their side of the map. So this is one where they've been prioritizing, trying to defend that as long as possible. But again, Osiris, they don't care. They're going to find farm throughout the other different ways. And look at this gold graph. It's completely shifted in favor of Osiris.
Yeah, and I mean, you can kind of see with Windar G as well, right? He's fully itemized, so you know that that damage is not going to peak unless he's able to secure the Crimson Golems or the Tyrant buff. So I think that's probably the point of call right now for Tribe, if they've got if they know what they're doing, is making sure they're able to try and just nullify that damage. As you can see right here, loads of damage coming from Windar J onto MTS, and he's able to get the takedown as well. Mengichi into the backline takes a lot of damage from the Orgrim, but knows he's still there. Invincible Warrior coming through once more. Sunbin doing the damage that we know this support hero can do. Orgrim trying to take out Mengichi. Marley trying to get something from this team fight. Makes it a 2-1 trade. Crucial crowd control from Charm, really showing that this Mutsu pick is better than the Liam Po that we saw in day one. Still not happy with what is going on here. Marley is still into the thick of it. They're able to open up that T1 into the mid lane, which is trouble for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, Mengichi right now, again, just not really getting the farm, doesn't really have the damage at this point, is a glorified melee creep at this point. He's kind of not had the greatest game at this point, but it's one of those things where you're up against the Mali, who does have the farm, but it looks like they're going to go.
Yep, Invincible Warrior setting up a great engage there. The Cannon Blast comes through. It is Muster claiming the kill, however, and that does mean that the Crimson Golem does go over to the side of ISG. Opens up the Tyrant, the Shadow Overlord as well. They've just got to make sure that that Path of Passing doesn't come through to upset with the Smite. Using it as bait, they go on to Marley into the backline, whilst we see that WinRJ is just taking it all on his own. We see that the Sage's Sanctuary has been changed up for WinRJ as well. That comes into his itemization, allows him to be a little bit more ballsy with these next few interactions. But hey, we could be seeing a Tribe Gaming lasting up till the Tempest Dragon, which is definitely a big improvement for them.
Yeah, Ezreal right now just building full tank. He's just been able to just stand in front, deal with the Molly, while the rest of the team is able to just kind of pick him off. Molly, he really needs support. Yes, he's the highest on his team, but it looks like, you know, it's one of those things where you can't do it by yourself. Yes, you want to be Superman, but you need the Justice League to kind of back you up.
Yeah, and you can kind of see here the Sage's Sanctuary being sacrificed for the boots makes sense, right? Arlie does not need that movement speed. If she's got the Sage's Sanctuary, the CC control, Crow control doesn't really make much sense, right? Because you've got that second wind. And right now we're seeing a bit of a harassment onto the higher ground turret. There we go. Wind trading blow from WinRG. Path of Passing comes through. Not going to actually go and commit to that as they're trying to fight the Vanguards for themselves, which I think is a good call for the side of Tribe Gaming. They're not going to lose their momentum. They're just going to maintain the defense and hope for a good offense later on in the game.
Yeah, Osiris there playing that one perfectly, right? Took the top T3, zip on out of there. They go right to the Tyrant at this point. And it's going to be close in terms of, I mean, they got to burst it down in 30 seconds. They do. And now the Tempest Dragon is going to be the next big objective here. But Osiris Gaming setting themselves up for that potential big fight in that neutral. And with that map control, with this lead of 6K, I think it's going to be tough for Tribe Gaming to maybe contest on this one.
Yeah, you can kind of see a lot of offensive items come from, defensive items, sorry, come from the Durangi towards the end, right? You can kind of see that the offense and defense item coming through there as well as some of the magic defense for the Mai Shiranui, just to kind of keep him a little bit more weighted into these team fights, because we know that he has the cleanse, he's able to get out of there, but he's able to kind of stop somebody coming at him head on with that CC from his ultimate. But now you can kind of see that ISG are definitely having control here on the Gorge. Other than the bot side there, which Mengichi is going to stop now, is able to just nullify whatever macro they had and whatever priority they had in their lanes is now gone.
Yeah, let Mengichi get a little bit of farm. I don't know if you just caught that, but Osiris, all of the members, Mengichi is actually the lowest. He's actually dropped below Capex in terms of net worth. He just hasn't had that great game that we expected from him. But it looks like they're going to be pushing ahead, not to take anything away. They can still win with him being a little on the lower side of the net worth, because they have everyone else who's just kind of being, you know, super high. Ezreal and Muster and WinRJ have done quite well in that department, but the Tempest Dragon here, this is going to be a big one.
Like I was saying before, it makes more sense for Mulan to be into the team fights rather than the Mai Shiranui, right? Very squishy, but she's very tanky. She has the CC immunity as well, so it means that they're not going to get caught up as much as the Mai Shiranui would. So for them to swap roles I think is a good thing for the side of ISG. But now what could be even better for them, or even Tribe Gaming, is a crucial kill theft onto the Tempest Dragon. Marley is sitting close by. Ezreal is already putting a lot of pressure on. WinRJ is looking for a potential reset onto the Tempest, which could be huge here. Marley tries to go in to try and stop the reset, but it's not going to happen. We see the Invincible Warrior come through. He does have the Sage's Sanctuary as well. MTS doing a lot of damage onto the Kaiser. Kaiser's now back into it. That is a kill coming over to the side of ISG and Tribe. 1-2 trades so far for both of these teams. It's looking to go into the favor for ISG for now. WinRG doing a lot of damage, but also Marley picking up a double kill as well. He goes down, he has the Sage Sanctuary, but it's not going to be enough there. We do get the shutdown as well onto WinRJ. So overall, that is a 3-3 trade with Tribe Marley still up, meaning they've got a smite, whereas ISG don't.
Look at Molly just abusing the
minions. The minions into the crystal. It's only Charm trying to keep themselves alive. So they almost got a backdoor there from that entire interaction. If Charm didn't go back, they would have lost. Look at that crystal. It is damaged.
Oh my gosh, it is actually very low. I want to see the HP on that one. It was so low, but Charm actually coming out clutch. Good map awareness. Woo! So low, somehow keep themselves in this game. But again, Mali trying to just dash in and out, stayed alive for quite some time, but did eventually fall. He's 5-3-2, but Mali trying to do what he can to give his team a chance in this game.
But this is the problem right now, that the crystal is very low. They're going to have to pay a lot of attention to that clash lane because they were almost easy to miss it, right? MTS doing a lot of damage, but Muster is taking those blows like a champ. He has the Sage's Sanctuary still, right? Oh, WinRJ taking the kill onto starting, so no more destructive deluge from the side of Tribe Gaming. They've really got to see where they can get that damage from right now. It's really holding on to either MTS or Iraqi Zaro to do that damage, because Orgrin is just going to be their kind of staple anchor pick going into these team fights, but they're already down by a handicap right now. Tribe Gaming have the passing coming through to kind of position Mali straight into the backline to try and stop those minions, but it is a great engage here for ISG. We see Menginchi go in as well as Ezreal. They'll take on the kills. It is a 4-0 trade so far for ISG. They're looking to close this game out in a 23-minute match against Tribe Gaming, the longest they've lasted, but unfortunately, they are going to go down in game one.
Oh my gosh, Mengichi with the clutch Shinobi, the ultimate launch up, just the absolute control. Who needs that worth when I can just control the enemy team? And, you know, again, it was Tribe Gaming in a bad spot. They weren't really sticking together. They were retreating, but they weren't making a beeline directly to their base. It was more of like a, you know, a sidestep more than anything else. And then they got caught out. Unfortunately for them, they will lose this game. Osiris, just a really good game and just showing that, hey, even when our back is on the wall and things are like a little bit down, we're still able to find ways to come back.
Yeah, you can kind of see that there was deflated going into that fight, right? But then they came to the realization like, hey guys, we've got to just make sure that we win and do the best we can coming out of this one, because obviously they're not going to get into KC 2024, unfortunately, but they did a good job at giving some respect over to Tribe, letting them, like, give them air, just to try to see how they play. I feel that Charm was really good on this Motsu, right? Mali having a better performance on the Orgrin, and then we saw MTS having a good performance on the Byron as well. But really shining the light onto ISG, we see that WinRG with almost a 20k gold there for himself, and as well as Muster really putting up that 16.3k gold as well. And a lot of good performances on the side of ISG, but if I have to give it to anybody, I'd probably say it's either going to be WinRG, just because of the pure fact of almost getting 20k gold, but also getting 6 kills on the board as well.
Yeah, 6-3-10. He's definitely my MVP of that one. I mean, if we're looking at the damage here, had 33% of the hero damage on the team itself. I think that speaks volumes about his play. 174,000 damage. That's got to be the MVP, right? Production.
You'd like to think so, right? You'd like to think so. Hey, let's give him a little bit backhand there. Like, hey, there you go. There you go. Take it. Take our word for the MVP, right? He deserves it. He's been through all that today. But you can kind of see here with the gold graph that Tribe did have, for the majority of the match, control in terms of the gold lead, right? They were able to get those turrets very early on. I think it was around about maybe just by the 4-minute mark they got the T1 into the farm lane. So a lot better performance from Tribe, but I think it was just a lot of room given to the side of Tribe from ISG. A little bit of a, let's see what you can do, right? And let's see if we can actually come back from playing on a back foot, which they did. It took them 23 minutes, but ISG was able to come back from a sore early to mid-game.
Yeah, it's all about the map control. It was a situation where Tribe Gaming had the lead, but they weren't pressing their advantage, right? Forcing them to, you know, to respond to their movements. Instead, Tribe Gaming, they were playing defensive, letting the enemy team dictate the pace and where the fights were going to happen. Mali did whatever he could to try to stay alive in this game, or to kind of give them a chance. He did everything that he, tried to give his team a chance, because it was a bit of a struggle, right? And let's give props also to Charm. He had a great game on the moats. That, I think, was his best game of the league thus far in the past 2 days. Yeah. So big props to Charm.
Absolutely. I mean, he was able to shot call. He was able to disengage a potential engage from the side of ISG. And we really saw those cannon blasts coming through really well. Think inside of the box, not quite hitting the way it should do. But when you kind of you draft that pick into the likes of the Mai Shiranui, right? And then when Mingichi's like, hey, I know what they're going to go for. This is probably not my best kind of team fight that I can do with this hero, but played the macro very well on the Mai Shiranui. But it is going to be Wind RJ taking the MVP. Thank you, production, for actually meeting us halfway with this one. But that 174k damage, right? That is a huge amount of damage for a 23-minute game, almost teetering towards the amount that we saw impressively within the Pacific region, where it was almost that 200k damage, right? But then you also get that 6 kills on the board and then only 3 deaths. A lot of assists means that WinRG had a lot of team fight participation as well.
Yeah, he was just on point. He was just blowing them up. I mean, he caught him out guard. He was doing so much damage. But of course, that's going to be just one game. We're going to find out what happens in game 2, but after this break.
The meteors that fell from Zephyr was a mysterious substance temporarily named Amber. In fields such as biomedicine, it may bring hope for post-disaster reconstruction.
The possibility that they're still alive is practically zero.
This is our only chance to save them.
Doctor, we received a weak signal from Zephyr for the first time. Zephyr! Rescue!
Osiris with the comeback win against Tribe Gaming, really sticking it to him. But again, I thought like Tribe Gaming really had a good game. But Blam, your thoughts on that one?
Yeah, like I said, I think that it was just ISG giving them a bit more room to breathe, showing them what they can do, and then seeing a bit of a proving to themselves on the side of ISG, right? Saying, hey, let's see if we can actually take a bit of a beating in the early game, and then maybe come back and see what we can do. Just like a bit of a endurance test, right? They want to see what they can do because, like we said, it's already Influence Rage going through to the KC 2024, so these teams are going to get something from it for themselves, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're still playing for, you know, I would say prestige at this point and honor and all that because, you know, they're going to continue to fight. This is both of these teams just kind of are still in it in the sense of just fighting for second. Well, no, actually doesn't really have a chance with Tribe Gaming, but this is, I think it's good for them to kind of get those licks in, kind of learn and just play at the top tier. This is a great opportunity for both of these squads.
Yep, lickety split your hair is what they are looking to do onto ISG, but it's going to come down to this draft, right? I don't know if ISG are going to let the Orgrin go through, or is Ezreal actually going to pick it up for himself? Because we've seen him play it very, very well, or we could see it go up just on the band to beat the PP anyway, and see if it goes into the clash lane for Muster. But yeah, it was a really interesting first game, right? It went to 23 minutes, which would probably be the longest that Tribe Gaming has actually survived on the Gorge. And trying to prove themselves in this game too is Tribe Gaming. Maybe try and take a round from ISG if they feel like they can get that one up over them, but they ban out the Dolia and the Hue 1 being banned too.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, to your point of just taking away the Ogryn, I think that one's got to be key, right? They need to prioritize that. I think the Mali Ogryn just gave them a huge headache and something to deal with. Like, I think if Mali was on any other hero, they would have been a little bit more comfortable because, I mean, just the amount of damage and sustain the Ogryn has is just quite high, right? So maybe they look to pick it up. You know, they do have first pick here. They could pick it now.
Yeah, absolutely. The Ming's down, the Orgrins here, they're on the blue side. They do take it. The Mai Shiranui getting banned out as well. I think the good thing about banning the Mai Shiranui, right, means that Starting's not going to get it, or Mingichi's not going to get it. But it also means that ISG know that Tribe aren't going to take the Chao, right? So it gives over the Lady Shen, it gives over the Zhang Fei. Does Cozy go for the Chao, or are they going to draft that mid a little bit later on now that they know that the Tribe Gaming has their mid lane locked in?
Yeah, I think Osiris, though, we've seen them pick like the Soonbin to kind of help complement the Ogryn. That tends to be their MO thus far. I wouldn't be surprised at that. It's okay. It looks like they're going to go with the Cayenne. Different kind of sustain. That's an interesting one, but with the Princess Frost as well.
Yeah, the Taiyan is actually really interesting, but it's also going to be really helpful, right? Especially with the sustain of the Ogryn. Not only is Ogryn going to be able to get that health back for himself, he's going to have that top up from Cayenne as well. So I think you can see this working. It's a lot more sustain into the team fights. You can see from this 3 drafts already, they are looking for a long team fight, but Masashi does come through for Mali on the side of Tribe Gaming. It is that counter to Ogryn that we all know and love, but the Taiyan means that she can get that earworm and actually get that little 1 second of CEC that can kind of really disrupt the Masashi getting in there.
Yeah, that's going to be super key, right, in going into the fights. I mean, Musashi, the well-known counter to Ogryn. It's not foolproof, of course, and there are definitely some ways. I mean, if you have crowd control, you're going to have a great time. Osiris Gaming right now probably need to figure out a way to help protect the Ezreal Ogryn, or it looks to be a jungle one thus far. But I think it's going to be key going into this final phase of the draft here.
Yeah, I'm really shocked that they went for the Princess Frost but not go for the Lung, right? Because that was off of this was before the last part of the pick, because they could have still picked the Ali, they could have banned out something else as well, and they still could have got the Lung for Wind RG. But nope, they look like they want to go for something a little different here. Maybe they'll go for the Marco Polo if Tribe Gaming don't go for it as well. But realistically and historically, we've seen the likes of the Lady Sun come from Tribe Gaming, which means there needs to be a lot of funneling going through to Tribe. They lock in that clash lane, however. A lane is still up as well, so we might see ISG go for the lane, go for the Byron, just to try and counter the Mayin in the 1v1s.
Yeah, but they're trying to set up Tribe Gaming for Iraqi Zoro to have the best farm laner possible and for the matchups. Because Osiris is going to pick it first, but the Athena pick first. This is going to be an interesting one.
Yeah, because I mean, it's not really going to be Disruptive Athena that we see from Boom Esports, right? Because that's normally played into the support role, but they could go for it into the jungle. They could be up into the Clash lane as well. We don't quite know yet. But again, Athena has a lot of CC. You just don't want to give over the kills or want to be sacrificing those kills or playing it like the Disruptive Athena, right? You want to play it as an actual hero. Because if you give over a lot of kills to the Masashi, you're just going to feed him up. He's going to get really tanky really early. He's going to be able to dive into the back of your back of the team, do a lot of damage as well, a huge amount of sustain. So you kind of don't want to see that Disruptive Athena strategy come through from ISG. So I can imagine it's going to be in the jungle, and we'll see what Ezreal is going to be cooking with it.
Yeah, oh my gosh. I don't know how I feel about this Athena pick going into game 2, but it looks like Tribe Gaming are going to go with a Consort Yu to round out their draft. I do like this pick. There's a decent amount of shields and, of course, the sustain. And Consort Yu, you know, again, with good positioning, he should be all right.
Yeah, I mean, not just the sustain, right? She has a very long-range poke, and against the Direnji, that's what you're going to be utilizing in the early game, right? It's just knowing that you can out-poke the Direnji. But I'm very hopeful for the Athena, especially if it's into the jungle. We could see some great plays come through. She has great CC, can do huge single-target damage as well. Could be used to deny the access onto the Musashi, right? Like, Musashi can try and dive in. You could see that the Athena goes in, does the CC, stops the dive onto the Orgrin, and kind of just takes all that CC for herself. Maybe that's what ISG are going for here. But hey, poetry in motion, baby. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, let's see what happens. I think that's going to be key right here. I think Ezreal right now, just continuing. Okay, it looks like he's going to look to just, get a little bit low. That was super risky. And one thing to note, Tribe Gaming has 2 smites. Charm picked it up. That seems to be the Zhangfei special. So I'm no issues with that one thus far.
Yeah, no issues at all, it seems, so far. I mean, a little bit of tit-for-tat in that mid lane, but that's to be expected between these 2 teams, right? They're trying to get the priority for themselves earlier on rather than later on. I think ISG will probably end up seeing maybe trying to dominate the early game a little bit more than they did in game 1.
Yeah, we're hoping so as well. But again, a little neck and neck. I think Osiris Gaming had a poor early game in game 1. They're playing a little bit more conventional on this one. They're playing a little bit more stock standard in that sense of just, you know, kind of playing more normal, I would say. But Magichi?
Okay, yeah. Magichi does fall to the Masashi. Marley getting the first blood once more. I believe he got first blood in the last game, right? No, it was Charm, actually. I'm giving the limelight away from Marley for some reason. But there we go. Okay. It's, yeah, we're seeing a little bit of a trade. That was nicely done by Tribe Gaming. Really, the start in this game, too, quite strong, right? They're not got the lead in the gold. It's pre-4 minutes. No one's going to have an astounding lead in that gold just yet. They're just trying to get these little wins where they can.
Yeah, and it's, again, just like transitions, right? Getting that early game, Tribe Gaming has proven, again, their early game is good. They understand how to get kills, but it's just turning it into a little bit of map control. I think that's where they need a little bit of work. But Tribe Gaming right now, they do have an advantage. Hopefully they can kind of turn this into a little bit of a bigger lead soon.
Yeah, we saw the Leaping Savior to save Zhangfei in all sense of the word, of the ability itself from the Frigid Prison. And we're seeing a little bit of harassment here from Capo, just trying to get that earworm onto the side of Tribe Gaming, because we know it bounces around. It's annoying. I've played against it many times in my ranked games, and it just irks me knowing that I'm getting one-tapped by CCs for 1 second, and then my teammates don't move away from me, and it just bounces back onto me. I'm like, just move away. I don't want this love. Just take the earworm away from me.
Yeah, but it's, you know, I mean, he just wanted a hug. Your teammate wants to stick with you, right? What's wrong with that, no? Sharing is caring.
I'm not in a loving mood when I play Honor of Kings. I'm in a feisty, zesty mood. I just want to get wins. I want to get the stars on the board, just like we want to see Tribe Gaming get some more kills and some more gold on the board right before either Mali or before either Ezreal or Mustard take that lead into the clash lane, right? Because we're going to be starting to see the difference in gold starting to come through, right? It's very much flickering between the two teams right now, but as of yet, we're still yet to see a kill go on the board for ISG. But a big rotation down to the bot lane. It's a 3v5 so far. Mengichi a little bit slow with the rotate, still denying the rotate as well. He's just like, hey, nothing. Do you need me? No.
Yeah, Israel doing just kind of, farming neck and neck with Mali. They're kind of keeping on pace with each other. I think this bottom lane here, this push is going to be huge. Israel's going to start it off. He's not going to be scared. He does have a smite, but again, Mali does not have the smite, so that could be a potential issue here.
Yeah, it's on cooldown. They aren't able to get that Tyrant kill theft. They are able to claim it for the side of ISG. We see the Mustard comes down with a Papa Pass in between the two walls. A lot of damage is being dealt, but we can kind of see from his early itemization, he's going for a little bit more attack damage than going for the traditional tanky Orgrin in the jungle. So a little bit of a different respect to the Orgrin there. Going to be there to do a lot of damage, but it's also going to have the tie-in to just sustain it. So kind of make up for the lack of tank, right? Athena going in, trying to do some CC onto Mali there. Again, Zhongfei coming in, level 8. The Rydal Outburst does come through to the wall, gets 2 of the side of ISG, but it's not going to be enough to follow up for Rakizaro. He's pretty much far behind. Can he get the kill onto Ezreal? No, he doesn't get the snipe, but he's still trying to focus onto Mengichi, who drops the Winter is Coming, but still denies any kills going over to the side of Tribe Gaming. A nice little brawl there.
Nice little brawl. Somehow, and no one died on that one. That was kind of crazy. Ezreal playing it to the limit. I thought he was down for the count. Charm had a great Unbridled Outburst, doing a lot of control, but unfortunately, no one died. Or fortunately, depending on how you're looking at it. But I'm here for the bloodshed, so it's unfortunate for me.
That's it. It's late into the day. You want some blood being spilled under the gorge, right? But the T1's into the bot lane and the clash lane are traded over by Osiris and Tribe Gaming. So there was some objectives getting taken there. There was no blood, but there was objectives, which truthfully is very important for both Tribe Gaming, especially historically not being able to claim these turrets in the early game, but it's also going to help push these mid to late game plays and put some pressure when it comes to these neutral objectives, right? We see the teleport mechanic come from the Orgrin trying to stop that push down into the bot lane. We see that Azrael is very low as health as well. MTS waiting for the backline. We do see the Masashi go in with a duel at death. Both Ma'in and Mali are there as well. MTS gets it taken down. Mali, gets taken down by the T1. But then we see that Ezreal is taken down as well. So a 2-on trade across the map.
Mali, aggressive move, pushing it out. Oh, the Umbrella Outburst completely whiffs. For shame. He's going to run back to his own base, pretend like nobody saw that.
Yep, just redact that one. Redact that Unbridled Outburst. No one saw it. Nobody knows. Nobody clip it. Wink, wink. And Tribe Charm will be thankful. But the snipe coming through there didn't do quite too much damage for Rakizaro. We're seeing that MTS looking towards the backline again. He's playing quite like a little bit of a ninja on the Ma'in, being kind of copying what Mengichi was doing in game 1, right? Just making sure that the intel was there for his team, knowing that nobody was waiting in the brush, especially those prime brushes in those team fights.
Yeah, but it looks like, Ezreal getting gone on? No, he's going to be fine. But one thing to take note of, Osiris has both the blue buffs, something that might be a factor as they kind of get into this next team fight here.
Yeah, Masashi needs that cooldown reduction, right? On his abilities, he needs that quick dash. He needs to get his cooldowns up and ready, but he also needs just the help from anything he can, right? Just making sure that he's able to just spam the abilities into those team fights. It's the whole thing about the Masashi, but here, a little bit of a pincer movement from Tribe Gaming. Ma'in committing a little bit too deep there. MTS goes down, but this time around, it does not whiff. The Unbridled Outrage does come through. There is a lot of trades going on here, but it's definitely going in the favor of Tribe Gaming. They take a 4-2 trade for the side of Tribe Gaming.
Charm with a great Umbrella Outburst into Stampede, just setting it up, slowing it down. Osiris game is, I mean, with 4 members down, this is going to be a huge one. Ezreal will pop up like the Phoenix he is, but no, it looks like he's going to back off. Doesn't want to actually go in for this one. A little bit risky in that sense, but again, really well played by Charm. He's had a good 2 games thus far. He's been playing well.
He's been playing very, very well. Ever since he's put down the Liempo, hey, he's been doing great, right? Just leave the Liempo, maybe just go back to the drawing board on that pick, and maybe just... I think it's the whole thing, what we saw yesterday was that he was always very premature into these engages, into the backline, and then nobody else was there to follow him. Even though they had like the likes of the Orgrim paired with it, right? The Path of Passing means that you're able to get to places that you shouldn't be able to get to very easily, but it just didn't quite follow through for Tribe Gaming. But right now, we're seeing 3 turrets on the board to 2 on the side of Osiris Gaming, and the neutral objectives are yet to be taken here for Tribe, but looking to get that first one on the board is that Tyrant. Once again, must go in for the macro plays, just keeping those minions at bay in the side lanes.
Yeah, keeping it alive, but Osiris is going to go for the Overlord here. Charm is going to spot this out. Does he go for the steal? No, he's not going to. Ezreal will take this one, smites it down for good measure, ensures that they do it, and now they're waiting in the bushes, about to ambush. No, they're going to back off as well. Mengichi, still up in front.
Oh, I mean, not quite the person you want to be sitting in the bush, right? Mengichi could get caught out pretty easy there, especially the Zhongfei and the likes of the Consort Yu being there as well. But right now, we're seeing no deficit in the gold that is actually going to make a difference, right? They are very neck and neck. The T2 did go down into the farm lane, thanks to Muster, really showing how good on the macro play. The Conductor of Souls coming through. That could have been a triple man knockup, but we did see the untargetable come from the Lady Gem, which really saved starting in that whole interaction. But Mayim flipping over the wall. CC Immunity does come through. They are not literally letting the Megichi go away. They take him down. That is 1-0 trade for the side of Tribe Gaming, but is that going to be enough for them to come back in this team fight? We see that Marley was stuck into the thick of it there. MTS gets taken down as well. So overall, a 1-1 trade for the side of Osiris Gaming. They take the Overlord that's going to be able to keep that T2 in the clash lane alive.
Yeah, I was actually worried for Osiris Gaming. The fact that, you know, Mengiche had been killed and they were looking to take the fight 4 versus 5, but they did get the right pick off. MTS just a little too far ahead. I think he got caught out earlier in the game as well. He needs to be a little bit more careful. He needs to ensure that the rest of them are within the vicinity. You want Mali in the heart of the enemy team before you go in.
Oh, that could have been a crucial kill for Theft and Half, right? We had Charm, we had Mali, all just rushing for it, beelining for the Tyrant, but didn't quite get there quick enough, so that means that it does go over to the side of ISG for the 3rd time. That's 3 neutral objectives to 1 on the side of Tribe Gaming, and it also means they're now slowly taking the lead of the gold, right? It's 1K, but going into that 11 minutes is not a deal breaker, right? This could be this could flicker at the flick of the switch.
Yeah, at the flick of a switch, they need to turn it up right here. I think Osiris right now, slight advantage, but they need to put a little bit of pressure on that top lane here. I think that that's the biggest one, because again, it's kind of in front with this Overlord. It creates a little bit of a defensive fortification for Tribe Gaming to kind of start their sieges, but here's the Umbrella Outburst going in.
Yeah, a little bit early, I think, there. Didn't quite split apart the team fight, but they could make use of it here for Tribe Gaming. But no, MTS goes down early on. We see the Zhongfei going in with a leap in. Too much damage on the side of Tribe Gaming going on. We see that Iraqi Zoro is able to trade with WinRG, so that's a good damage output gone for the side of ISG, but it means they still have the Orgrim, right? Kyan's in there to sustain the Orgrim. Not able to push this turret, though. They could just go in and hit it, right? That is very, very low. Still committing to the grind here. Trying to go back in the bush was Marley. The Destructive Dislodge really pushes them away and keeps Marley alive. If it wasn't for starting, he would have gone down, but hey, someone needs to pay back. The untargetable comes from it. We are still seeing the commit there. They leave him to the wolves. Muster goes down on the side of Tribe Game, and that is a little bit of a mutiny, right?
Yeah, a little bit. Starting, thought he was safe under the T3. They hadn't even taken the T1 top, but it looks like they want to go for more. Molly still up in front.
Yep, still up in front. Ezreal is looking pretty low. We see Mustard goes with the path of passing over the wall to join his teammates and join the Taiyan, because that's where all his healing is going to come from, as well as his abilities. We see the Conductor of Souls come through. There is no knockup though. However, MTS gets taken down once more because the damage from Mustard is just too much. We see Marley going down as well. That's a 3-0 trade, because Startings now come back up. Zhang Fei on the run. This could be the setup of a triple kill. It is going over to the side of ISG. They get a triple kill. They're looking to push this high ground turret. The only thing that stands between them is starting to look like at the beginning of the end is this push onto this crystal. The untargetable comes through for ISG. Minions are here. The crystal is going down fast and sure, but ISG take a 2-0 victory from Tribe Gaming, just keeping them away from not getting any points.
Yeah, unfortunately for them. Muster, their nice play on the Ogryn, just exuding dominance, just taking over the game when he needed to have done all the team fight that you would want from that. He was just running at them. There was really no chance for Tribe Gaming to kind of fight back at that point. That was not a good angle to be fighting at. They probably should have fought under the tower a bit and just kind of grouped up together. But unfortunately for them, Tribe Gaming, they put up a valiant effort. They're going to be going down for the second game in this series. I think that they were 0-8 overall. Not the greatest showing for them, but again, it's either you win or you learn, and I felt like Tribe Gaming did a lot of learning.
Hey, Kin does a lot of learning, Tribe does a lot of learning all the way around, which is always good than no learning, right? But you can kind of see on Osiris's faces that this game just didn't mean anything, right? Like, they got the 2-0, they got the pride of winning that second space, but they know that no matter the outcome of that game, it didn't mean that they were able to get that rematch that they really sorted for against Influence Rage. But hey, Influence Rage are your Brazilian representatives going into the KC 2024, but we're just going to highlight this last game before we get into that. But across the board, I feel like this went a lot better for ISG than it did for Tribe. Tribe had a good, solid game one. However, I don't think the consort Upik was that great for Iraqi Zaro.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 1, 2, 4, and there's didn't really have too much of an impact. I mean, the long range is great, but when they're running at you, it's just like, oh, it doesn't really matter about the range at that point because you need to be able to kite away. Not able to do so. But Osiris, if you're looking at the KDAs, not the highest, like the Menguche and, of course, the Wind RJ, but Mooster just literally clearing, like carrying the team right here. 36% of the hero damage throughout, 103,000 damage in that game. Muster, clearly my MVP in this one.
Yeah, really good macro, really good damage, and really good at just keeping the whole of the team alive, right? And not only that, but obviously Taiyan, because if it wasn't for the Taiyan, we would have saw Muster had to build into that kind of tankier build of the Ogryn, but thanks to the Taiyan, it gave the privilege over so he could build the attack damage. But props over to Tribe Gaming. They're able to get the first blood. They're able to get a lot more of an improvement from day one, right? It's just a shame that the improvement comes in day two. They could just have started strong in day one, which means that their footing into day two would have meant a lot more. But these team fights, these brawls, really went into the favor sometimes of Tribe Gaming, especially in that early game.
Yeah, they had some pretty good team fights. That's not the issue. Again, it's just, turning it into objectives, which is, again, something that we've kind of harped on already. But, it's one of those things where, like, look at them. They know how to fight there. They know how to prioritize. I think MTS got caught out, early. He would be a little over-aggressive at times. I think you got to let Mali, again, and Charm with the Unbridled Outburst as a second initiator. You come in with Charm's Unbridled Outburst as MTS. So you kind of need to just understand your role a little bit and understand who needs to be initiating.
I think it's just an issue of confidence, right? But no confidence issues here when we get Muster MVP. Hey, production's on our side today, Hauler. That's 2 MVPs back-to-back we got right.
Yeah, this is I think there's a first time for everything. This seems a little weird to me. I don't know what it is, but it looks like...
do you want to take a moment? Do you want to take a little brief moment?
Yeah, I do. I need to thank production as well for that, because again, this is the first time we've agreed on this. I don't know how to feel at this point, but I mean, look, Muster, 6-2-2. If you're talking about KDAs, he had the highest in this one. The damage as well, he was like 30+ percentage of the team damage. All the good things that you want from a team that just carried on that one. Plus the very final team fight really ended up winning it for them, where they're able to kind of just close out the game. But of course, here's the final standings.
Yeah, you can see here that the game differential from the side of Influence Rage was just 1 point up. So, hey, that means that they are ahead. They are in that first place. And unfortunately for the side of ISG, they were able to get 3 points, but not able to get the game-winning differentials on the side. There was just no feasible way after that game 2, right? Tribe Gaming sitting on that 0-8 as well. So Influence Rage, not only your champions of the Open Series American Regional play-ins, but now your champions of the KC 2024 play-ins as well, representing Brazil alongside Alpha 7 into the KC 2024 is going to be very, very interesting because it's no longer VKS or Loops representing Brazil on the grand stage.
Yeah, so we've seen 2 play-ins thus far. We saw the Pacific one with Fearless Esports move on. They were the Open Series champs, and then Influence Rage, another Open Series champs, making it through. And it looks like all of these games have kind of helped them. They've grown, they've kind of gotten better, and of course, taking it to all of the other play-in teams, just really starting to peak at the right time. That's exactly what you want as Influence Rage. But congratulations, they're going to be moving on to the Honor of Kings Championship in October.
Yeah, I mean, it puts a bigger weight on Major Pride, right? That's 2 Open Series finalists through. That means Major Pride's got an even bigger weight on their shoulders. But with who they're going up against tomorrow, you will find out it is Vitality and Virtus Pro. So we are going to have some more playing tomorrow for you. It's going to be the EMEAs. So unfortunately, Hauler won't be with me, but Kindo Fu will be joining me tomorrow. So say your goodbyes to Hauler. He's been great. You've all been great in chat. We'll see you tomorrow, guys. At the same time, make sure you join in, tune in, and support the EMEA regions. See you later.
tell you what you can't do. Gotta change your